I would never wait for something to let it go to waste, with everything at stake. Not that I would take it all back, I just wanna make this thing last, but we're running out of time. We were doing alright, holding on, but I'm losing the fight. Could we run away? I know if we just hit ground, running, closing off all the world with no light coming in, bending before we break. Don't you know you to control them. Every day is a messing. Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in because of my emotions. I can't seem to control them. Every day is a mess when sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in my emotions. I can't seem to control them. My emotions, my emotions, my emotions, my emotions, my emotions, my emotions, my emotions.
You hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you and I would be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I thought that you and I would be perfect together, but you hurt me so much that I had
shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival. No rival. No rival. Tell me now, what you gon' do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival.
that you're safe, that you're here in my arms. I think that you should know that together we belong. No, 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 no. You are not mine all the time. I can't quite get erased now. Go, 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 go. Whatever's going on, I'm
This is SSA, and I can scarcely believe we are here already. Hello, good evening, welcome to everybody. I am Greybeard, and this is the last regional of the last split of the first season of RLCS for SSA. So really, this weekend marks the end of the beginning of the rise of SSA Rocket League. So a mix of emotions, huge hype, but man, we're coming to the end. And of course, with me today, Mr. Bepic, Astral, and Ultrazim. We will be taking you through all of the action of this day one. And Ult, I'm going to come to you. We had time to talk on a podcast a few days ago about this, but how are you feeling coming to the end of our first season?
Man, the growth that the scene has seen, the people who have now come to support and love and just adore what you and I hold so close. We've got so many big international names here with their eyes on the scene, and for good reason. We have two amazing teams that have already qualified for the wildcard slots, being Orlando Pirates and Bravado, of course, and the rest of the scene just growing in leaps and bounds to try and catch up to them. Lovely.
And we have part of our plan to take over the world, of course, is to involve people who are not endemic to the region, but we make the world fall in love with us, and that makes up the rest of our panel today, starting with Astral out of the UK, coming into the SSA scene. How are you feeling as we come to the end of season number 1?
Pleasure. It's a bit of a throwback. I've not been on SSA since, I believe, February, so not this split, last split. So, but I've been keeping tabs on it, watching the region, watching the teams perform, and you know, obviously at the start we had a huge dominance from Orlando, but it's great to see some of the teams coming up now, fighting back, and it does seem to be a lot of teams swapping around quite a bit at the top of the table, so it's interesting to watch.
And then Mr. Bepic, over from the United States, morning time for you. You've gotten completely sucked into our orbit and finding it hard to let go.
Yes, I have. Huge hype for this region. Been building up in me as the season's gone on, and I cannot wait for Wildcard. I've been saying in the green room, but the second that Wildcard starts, I ditch all my NA stuff, and I become completely an SSA fan and see what Bravado and Pirates can do. But before that, we see what everyone else in this region can do if there's a new champion emerging in Regional 3. But I don't know, Greybeard, with Worlds coming up fast, I don't think Bravado Pirates are going to be taking this regional too lightly.
I agree with you, but I do think there are a hosts of hungry teams who would love to get in on the action on the top two there. But we do have two things to celebrate as we get out of the gate. Two players taking the field today have birthdays, and the first of those from DNMK turning 19 years old today is wee Casper. So a massive happy birthday and congratulations to him. And then Bravado Gaming, to die for, turning 17 today. Happy birthday to die for. Well done to you. And so hopefully they'll have good days. This is not a day to be losing with those two teams. So now let's talk about.
Hang on, Greybeard.
Yeah.
The fact that
Yes.
to die for literally going to Dallas and he's just turning 17. Like, let's take a moment to appreciate that's what the level of growth in sub-Saharan Africa is going to look like. We're just starting, and we got a dude that's going international at this stage. Hells yes.
It's epic and awesome. So as we turn our attention now to the action tonight, of course, it is a 16-team double elimination bracket. Effectively, 2 wins tonight gets you into day 2. 2 losses, you got 2 lives. You lose those lives, you are done and dusted on day 1, Friday night. And as we look at the bracket of the games coming up tonight, there will be 8 games in round 1, best of 5 series. Our featured game is going to be Espionage and Ice Esports. But starting with you, Bepik, do you see any potential for any upsets as you glance over those first round matches?
Technically, Espionage over Ice Esports would be an upset with the 8 and 9 teams going at it. So that's definitely, there's potential there. Other than that, though, I think that the higher seed definitely have some serious advantage. It's maybe Evolved knocks on Nibble's door and takes them out. I'm not sure, Greybeard. The round 1s are usually pretty cut and dry in this region, but Evolved and Espionage, those are my 2 teams to keep an eye on.
Well, we spoke a few days ago about the messy middle that is the SSA scene right now. And so I don't know for you, Astro, if you are drawn, it's a tough one for the seeding. If you're, Perry's Agents, you got Orlando Pirates. That's a tough open. But Espionage, Ice, MTG, Digital Devils, maybe sort of in that, if you're drawn in that area, Astral, you want to be winning that game.
Yeah, if you're in that middle of the pack, I feel like the game is more important than ever, because you're playing the team that, not only gets you to the next round, but it is basically your direct rival. So almost if you get a win and get the jump on them, it gives you a huge, huge advantage. I think particularly looking at Ice and Nibble Esports, considering they've been both 7th and 8th in the past 2 regionals, and really now is probably their chance to try and sneak up and try and creep into 5th or 6th, or maybe even into the top 4. Who knows? Like you say, there's not loads now for Orlando and Bravado to play for, so I think it really opens up the opportunity for these guys that are so close just to kind of emerge into the top 6.
And then, Alt, I don't know if there's any particular matchups that stand out to you where there is a potential for an upset or a change or something to go down. We got our clear-cut games. What stands out for you there in round 1?
You were talking about the fact that a lot of these teams are making a break for the center, and we've had so much change up in terms of rosters across so many teams now. It seems like every person is trying to find their home, trying to find the people that they play so well with. And so the teams that are newer, the teams like Digital Devils who've just rebranded, didn't really have a good showing at any stage. And so while we don't want that, we're still giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to win, but they want to try and do it convincingly. And I think that's a very common thread for a lot of the teams today, is just all the teams that are supposed to win their games. We're talking about the DNMKs and the Apex Gamings, ATKs. They've got to do it a clean 3-0 if they're going to go into that next round feeling like they've got a good chance at this.
All right. Well, our featured game is going to be Espionage, Ice Esport. And we're going to head over to Stats Corner in a second to look at the stats for these 2 teams. But kind of interesting tonight, no Kino, which might be a massive wrinkle in their plans. But to look at the numbers, let's head over to Jota and Pyro in Stats Corners to give us the rundown by the numbers.
Ah, yes. Welcome to the Stats Corner, everybody. My name is PyroJ. I'm here with Joda. Here we strategize around the statistics, note the numbers, and delve into the digits. During the game, we'll be feeding our casters and our analysts numbers, but for now, before the match, we're going to give you the statistics as well. Joda, our queen of violence, we couldn't start in any better of a way than talking about the demos here for Ice versus Espionage.
We couldn't, and it's all in one favour in this department because Espionage sit 5th in the region overall for demos. Ice a lot more mid-pack in that regard, and of course, if anyone on Espionage was going to be their top demo, it would be the guy literally named Ram, who seems to be taking it by nature as well. He is top 5 for players' stats for demos given for everyone in the whole of Spring Split so far, and he's got nearly half of the team's demo. He leads the lines for them, but the whole team in general in the top 5 in the region for violence.
You love to hear that. So, physicality casters, take note and get ready for it. We could also talk about just in general, what are we looking at for Ice Esports? It's very assist heavy. 80% of their goals are scored by assists, and none of the players are scoring more than 375 points per game. So you're looking at more team plays, not so much solo efforts. And Joda, maybe that could be what it takes to get the win.
Yeah, especially when you look at Espionage assists right down at 70%. That's in the lower half as well. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily against them or in their favour, but when a team is particularly reliant on those direct plays, it puts them at risk of things going very wrong if those individual players don't turn up. Possibly, as Greybeard was referencing, Kino not being here might hurt them more by having a direct playstyle. But the other thing that we always have to look at that sits at the prime foundations of Rocket League, you rarely go Stats Corner without us talking boost, so I'm going to bring us straight onto that again. And we have an unconventional boost battle in this one because Ice, they use the least of any team in the whole region, and they also pick up the second least big boost pads. And yet, despite this, they spend very little time on zero boost. They're in the bottom 3 for teams' time spent on zero, so they don't pick up a lot, but they manage it very well. And on the other side of things, Espionage, the complete opposite. They spend a ton of time on 100, but they pick up the most big pads of any team in the region. They like to guzzle big pads, and you would think that Ice are going to let them, so it's going to be weird. The stats are going to be coming out in Espionage's favour. They're going to be winning them, but that might not faze Ice whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll see if all that boost grabbing from Espionage will give them the power to make those demos happen. We're still predicting a pretty close series here, so back to the desk. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, so very close all round, and an absolute, definitely one of those matchups, the middle, the messy middle, as we've come to call it. And both of these will desperately want to win this. Both of them will feel like they should win it. And a few days ago, Ultrazim, you predicted an Ice Esports win. And now with the absence of Kino, I imagine that looks slightly better for that prediction of yours. So your thoughts on that, and then give us your final prediction for the outcome today.
I've liked Ice Esports. I think they're on that bottom fringes of the teams really tussling in the center of the DNMKs and Apexes, that sort of level. They're just trying to break in there, and you know they have changed over the year. This used to be the old Reunion Island team coming in there, Wheelu and Boy managing to come through there after losing Panda and picking up 5BS. 5BS again, a newcomer to the scene. Really starting to gel, I hope. I'd like to see a big improvement from the last one, but I think if the three of them come together really nicely, I think they're a good team that should have the advantage in this one.
All right, so they're one for them. And Astral, your thoughts and prediction on who takes this one down?
I think it's really interesting, isn't it? When we looked at what they were talking about in Stats Corner, you know, we've got sort of the solo team against the team plays, and it's interesting because, you know, we mentioned demos could be decent for Espionage as well, but on the other side, not so much boost being used for Ice. It's all about their positioning and working as a team, which definitely can be cut down by a demo, but I love a team play, Greybeard. I love a team that's a unit, and so I'm going to have to go with Ice on this one as well.
Sure, looking good for Ice. And by the way, I think predictions are up and live in chat, so you can predict who's going to take this down. And then Mr. Bepic, a few days ago, you were kind of hot to trot on Espionage in this matchup. You still there, or with Kino gone, you wavering?
Wavering minimally, Graybeard. I think it'll be a lot closer than I was thinking when I had the pleasure of being on your podcast, but I'm still going to go Espionage. I'm going to back the horse I was backing a couple of days ago. Ice, though, really have a good chance here, and this is an opportunity for them to get that experience against Pirates, which teams at this state of the SSA standings don't get too often. So if they can take advantage of that, good for them, especially with Kino out. But I'm going to stick with Espionage. I don't like going back on my word, especially when it's an espionage team that's really been trending upwards, Graybeard. So we'll see what happens, but I'm sticking with Espionage.
All right, and Espionage, one of two teams with a sub in tonight, the other being Nibble Esports, and we'll talk about that a bit later, I'm sure. No Christian W this weekend. For similar reasons, exams, real-life issues taking over. So my prediction, I think I'm going to split the desk here. We might as well go 50-50. I was very keen on Espionage, but for me, the key is going to be 5BS and how he performs for Ice. But let's see if Nuke can do the job for Espionage. And so there we go. 2-4, 2 against. The answer will become clear. So we're going to go to that game now. Your casters for the first series of the evening are going to be Astral and Mr. Bepic. Over to you, boys.
All right, Astral, we got an important one in this first round. Espionage and Ice trying to separate themselves in the standings. We've talked a lot about it, and I'm sitting in the lobby right now, and I see a certain C Kino in the on the field right now. So perhaps he's come back, Astral. We've got the full Espionage roster on display.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to rein you in throughout this series on. I mean, you're going to be jumping up so much on the Espionage hype train, especially if they've got their main man back in as well. We're going to get so much bias coming out from Bepic, perhaps, but we'll try and keep things level. I'm hoping that this is going to make the game really interesting if he is coming back in, but does look to have a little bit of a ping issue, so we'll see.
Well, whatever the issue is, I'm happy to see him on the field. So my prediction looks a bit better if Espionage are able to rein in Ice, who, I mean, the reason I picked Espionage is because they won the last matchup between these two teams back in Regional 1, but also because Ice has not really been living completely up to expectations. This is a team that, in the last split, looked like a squad that could perhaps penetrate that top 6 that we kind of divide SSA into, but they've not really been able to do that, kind of faltering at that top 8. Making day 2, it's great and all, but you really want to have those results against the Apexes and the DNMKs and teams like that.
Yeah, but consistency from Ice, at least, is what you can expect. They got 7th and 8th
right
in both the first 2 regionals, but Team Espionage managed to sneak up to 5th and 6th in the first regional. So Ice, they want to be the next team to be up there in that top 6, and I think this is the best time to do it, of course, right before the end of the season. And it starts with this game, of course, and a huge game. Realistically, they've got to beat the team that they expect might be also looking for that same spot. So it's a huge first matchup, and of course, to play Pirates afterwards is going to be even more important. So a lot of pressure on these two teams, I feel, in this opening game.
Yeah, definitely, because this is the series you're expected to win if you are a fan or a player of either of these two squads. Like, obviously, you go into the next round against Pirates, and you're not expecting to win that because Pirates don't lose in the early stages of these tournaments. So Espionage and Ice, this is the one you look at and mark down as a should-be W, but we'll see what ends up happening. I picked Espionage, and maybe I'm biased towards them, but this is going to be a very close one, and I'm very excited to watch the players finally just take the pitch and go at it. Perhaps we see a little bit of nerves to start out. Perhaps they try to read each other early on, or perhaps they just throw everything at one another and try to get that extremely fast start to throw their opponent in the dumps early.
I think that's definitely what I'm expecting from Espionage, given their solo play style. And I think perhaps maybe if they're watching the stream and you've been hyping them up, Bepic, they might be even more ready to get fired up. So I think Ice have got to watch out for that, especially with their team players, because if a team comes out quickly and throws you off the block, it can really stop you working as a unit. And if it takes too long to get into that rhythm of finding each other consistently and working well, you can find yourself a couple of games down almost immediately. And I mean, in this situation, we've only got best of 5s and we're not later on. They've got to start well from the get-go.
Oh, yes. Make it a quick one if they are going to take the victory here. The beautiful display here of Manfield Knights as the players hop on in to get game one started. Series one started, the beginning of the end. Final regional of the season. What a ride it has been, and what a ride we still have in front of us. 5 minutes on the clock. Astral, away we go.
Straight into game one. This is going to be a battle of the midfield titans, the midfield chaos, and let's see who comes out on top. Ram, the demolition expert, carrying things forward for Espionage to put the pressure on early and try and catch Ice out, which is something we were looking out for. But two players quickly pushing up too high and clashing in the midfield. Might leave a shot attempt as well. Jerome should have that one covered and gets it away with a second follow-up block also. But an interesting opening start. Very back and forth. Neither team doing much in the first 30 seconds.
That was a hefty amount of space that was given, though, to Ice in the infield to work with there. So perhaps Espionage sitting back momentarily, waiting for their moment to strike. There's Sikino, the much talked about player in the pre-show. Glad to see he's here, and I'm glad to see Ram putting in the first. That one was a bit too easy, though. Ice just kind of let that one be a little too much.
Gifted the first goal, wasn't he? A bit of a present there, dropping down the clearance, not quite finding contact into the corner. It would have been a good clear, I think, as well, straight over the top of his head had they got a touch onto that. But that's what we talk about, the pressure heating up. Espionage firing early, but not through much talent of their own, just doing what they needed to do and clean up. And when the team makes mistakes like that, it's important. And if it gives them momentum, and particularly Matt Ram, as he fired another one onto the crossbar there, it seems to have fired his team up, and they've got the edge at the moment.
Sometimes that first goal is all you need to really unlock your offense. There's another one. Ram from the opposite corner. Wasn't content with just a right corner shot. Needed both of them to complete the set, and he's got it. And Espionage have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, great from his two players behind him as well, just quickly putting the pressure on to keep the ball inside Ice's half and not give them a moment to breathe. And we've talked about, before how little boost Ice needs to operate, but at the moment they're not getting any space or any time to even pick up any boost at all. And even the best teams will need to be picking up some, and that pressure seems to be getting to them at the moment. But they are getting clear here. Last man back does manage to get it over the top before getting demoed, and I have a feeling, I think, that there'll be a few more demos coming out if you want to try and disrupt this Espionage team.
Well, I and certainly Joda also hoping that is the case, but now we just have the one. Sikino marching down the field, but stopped at that center line. Battle for possession ensuing. Actually a chance into the blue box. 2 orange cars up for it, and that should be some space to get the ball out. Nicely done. Ram finding his teammate there on the side wall, and Jerome returning the favor back into the midfield, though. Boy, full control here. Jerome takes it away from that back wall. A bit open, but 2 blue cars in the area. Can't find the shot on that. Is an opportunity missed, and then subsequently made up for by Ram. He's got a hat trick early on.
Ram is loving these difficult angles, isn't he? I think all 3 goals now coming from the corner. That one, perhaps a little bit fortunate, the pinch off the Ice defender, but he'll take it. Nevertheless, 3 shots, 3 goals, a very quick hat-trick, not even halfway through the game. Bepic and yet Espionage already 3-0 in front. I can see you smiling with a bit of a smug face for that prediction, looking so good at game number 1, but Ice got plenty of time if they start working together now, and they've easily beat a defender there if they can keep this pressure coming forward. Ram's just going to take his time now, wait it out, allow Jerome to pick up some boost before 15 in the middle and then immediately losing back possession. And it finally looks like Ice have found their feet and they're not melting just yet.
Ooh, 5 BS. I thought he was going to show us something special there. Maybe get one back. Still might. That pass across, a little bit too much juice behind it. Now, boy, back into the box, but Ram right there. And he's into Bath and into corner. Can't escape it, though. Wailu pass down. Shot from Boy a bit too high. That's one that has to go in if a comeback is going to be staged, as this pressure needs to end with a goal, and it does. Wailu right there, and 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to find the 2 more that would get us all tied up.
Little 1-2 there. Just sat waiting for the pass to come through from Willow. They'll flick it on over the top of Ram on the front post, who's well, been fantastic in offense, but slightly caught out there defensively. Needed some support on the back post, but didn't get it. And it did look like Ice was starting to generate some good pressure there, and that the goal did seem like it was coming. Surprisingly, they've already topped the stat sheet in terms of shots on target. They're up to 5. Espionage only on 4, despite their 2-goal lead at the moment. Maybe that's a sign of things to come in the next 2 minutes if Ice can keep firing the shots forward, but they're back under pressure again here.
Well, I suppose the ball has been a bit stuck in the corners when Team Espionage are trying to punch it in, but that's where Ram has thrived. That's why he's got a hat trick, I suppose, and why the shot tallies are low. There's one more. Ram putting his 4th up, and the 5th now for Team Espionage, but a clearance found. Out to Ram with a lot of boost as well. He's bumped off the play, or perhaps not off the play, sticking with it, and looking to find a touch out to a teammate center. No dice. 5BS. Long into the corner, Willu, hard ball off the back wall, but the defense coordinated for Team Espionage, and they will punch the ball out back to that center line. They have not been able to find anything else in that blue box since their first goal.
Approaching that final minute, this is where the pressure starts to mount, especially if Espionage starts struggling. Ram seems a little bit all over the place. The bump comes in as well. And there's a double commit to get the save away, but they just about make it count. You can get the ball upfield and buys them plenty of time, especially if they win that 50 dropping in front of goal. But boys quickly there to recover, as I think Espionage playing on the safer side of trying to make sure they don't concede rather than going for that 4th goal. But if they can keep the ball here in this corner, that works perfectly for them. One more touch into the corner again, but Boy flicks it down. It's pretty much now or never now for Ice in this game 1. They're trying to touch this one between them. All 3 players in the corner, but no one's in the box to finish. And that's exactly the case as Jerome gets it away. Time's still ticking down, Bepic. It looks like Ice are just going to run out of road.
That's nice patient defense from Espionage, not getting sucked into the corner and leaving an opening on that near post. Instead, biding their time, and Jerome almost found a nifty one to end this game. Sikino the same, and it will find the back of the net. They did all of that work just to give Ram a 4th. I could see it. They were setting it up, missing those balls intentionally, just so Ram could be the only player scoring. Espionage going to wrap up game number 1. Nicely done, nicely controlled. They had good defense, had good offense. It was just a completely put together game from Espionage.
Yeah, a really solid performance. I think they were just trying to pan out the stats at the end. They got up to double digits on the shots with that final shot, so I think that's what they were going for, just to keep Stats Corner happy. But yeah, a really solid first performance, and Ram goals weren't anything special, but just delivered, took the chances when they came, and it's really, really important that gets done no matter how simple the shot. And there was a few difficult angles, to say the least, but the shots didn't necessarily need that much power. But if you can take the chances that efficiently, you're going to do well throughout the bracket, and it showed in this first game.
I'm interested to see if Espionage has that same amount of, I don't want to call it good fortune, but Ram having space to shoot from the corners in game 2, because that's where the bulk of their offense came from. At the end, they did show us something good with all the pressure they laid down on Ice, just the constant barrage setting up Ram for that 4th goal. I think they're going to need more of that going forward as Ice cleans up those mistakes that were rampant earlier on. But on the flip side, Ice only scored 1 of their own, so if Espionage only capitalized on 1 mistake plus a good barrage of shots, then perhaps they're okay. That remains to be seen of what they show us in game 2.
Yeah, I think the backboard defenses were pretty good from Ice, but then it was sort of, the ball fell into the corner after they'd committed a few defenders, and that's when they didn't really get there quick enough. And I wonder if that goes back to our point, about them not being the most boost-hungry team, but also meaning they're not that eager to close down the ball when they needed to, and that's why Ram had so much space to take the shots away. But I suspect, game 1 nerves, sometimes those goals happen where somebody doesn't get to the ball quick enough, so I expect we will see a closer game 2, but looks like we might have a short delay while one of the players recovers a lost connection.
Yep, Kino's recovering his power. It went out on him, so he'll be back momentarily, but that gives us time to really dissect the statistics that are being fed to us right now. Ram took as many shots as Ice combined. He had 7, Ice had 7. That's a number that has to come down if you are Ice, and I don't mean their shot tallies, I mean Rams. That's a huge number that you cannot allow, because they shot 40%, or Ram was a large part of that, but still, Espionage efficient from those corners. So like I said, lock down the corners and you force Espionage into a new avenue of attack, and perhaps that stunts their offensive growth just a little bit. But Neo Tokyo, an important map for for Ice.
Yeah, I think talking about Espionage's defense as well, I think defensively they really put in a solid performance. I know you mentioned at the end of that game when they were under a little bit of pressure that despite the ball being in their corner, they didn't panic, they didn't rush in the corner to try and get rid of the ball. They stuck with their positions. They didn't falter under that pressure, and really I think they just set them up and just allowed Ice to make the mistakes. If you sit back, stick to your game plan and wait for the other team to make a mistake. It's worked a treat for them in this one, but I say, yeah, I think it will be closer in this next one. It depends, though, of course, obviously a disconnect doesn't help either. Sometimes it can get in your head a little bit, so I hope that the players keep their cool about that as well.
Well, it's only fitting that we have this moment of icing of Team Espionage with Ice Esports in the lobby. But Jerome spent 60% of the game in his own third, and that's a little surprising to me, honestly. They were patient in defense, yes, but it felt like Espionage still had a lot of chances in the offensive end, and for Jerome to be sitting back that much with, I suppose, Ram and Sikino doing the bulk of the work moving forward, that's something that perhaps ICE can capitalize on. Demos, we all talked about that a lot. Go and take out Jerome, and you might throw the back line into disarray a bit, as he seemed to be the backbone of the defense there. That could be something ICE focuses on. Perhaps it's what they're talking about right now, but if you take out that steady third man, then it's a lot of rushing back out of offense, and that can stunt the offense of Espionage.
Yeah, and we saw them pull one out, didn't we? I think after they went 3 goals down, and it allowed them to build up and get a response. But then I was hoping we might see a continuation of that, and we didn't really. They kind of dropped off. And Espionage of the team, we're sort of expecting more of the demos from than perhaps ICE. But it doesn't mean ICE can't use them, and I think definitely they could have helped them build into the game further if they'd continued to up that pressure. It was almost like they put everything into getting that 1 goal to have a bit of a comeback, and then they sort of lost steam again. So they've got to try and keep that momentum, keep that endurance for a little bit longer in the game, because they had a good amount of time. You know, they had a half of the game to easily get 3 goals back, so it could have been done, but I think they need to switch up their strategy a little bit in the next game.
And perhaps it's worth noting that if ICE doesn't make those same mistakes in Game 2 that they made early on in Game 1, just those misses and the space given to Ram in the corners, then they're not down 2-0 immediately and can play their play style, their preferred play style, and execute their plan without having to worry about being down 2 goals. That's perhaps just a factor that goes into why ICE couldn't really get going offensively, and why they only had that 1 or 2 moments of established offense where they were really working those corners and pushing the defense of Espionage back. But as I mentioned, that we have to talk about Sikino. Has been subbed out. His generator is not working, and so we're going to have Nuke in the lobby when Game 2 does get kicked off. But that is an interesting one, because now Espionage have to reevaluate their offense.
Yeah, that's a huge change mid-series as well. I mean, we thought they were starting with perhaps Nuke, didn't they? And then they managed to get him back in, but turns out they required him after all, so it's a good job that he was prepared anyway. And I mean, he's probably ready and probably warmed up, but it's always difficult, isn't it, to adjust into a new playstyle with a different player, even if they're filling a similar kind of role, especially after just winning the game as well. Now they're going to have to really readapt themselves, and I think that does benefit ICE. I think it has to. And
yeah,
like you said, this game is important for them. Can they capitalize on that now? Why Team Espionage are trying to build up to getting that synergy back together?
And that was a big talking point of Greybeard's on the panel, was ICE is going to have a lot better of a chance of winning this series if Sikino is out. And well, it kind of makes that the case now, but it's also interesting that Espionage did take that Game 1, so it's a bit more even, I would say. I don't know, but we're going to find out now. Finally, Neo Tokyo on our screens and Nuke on the field, so a lot more talking points just entered the fray here. And Ram still has a lot of space with this ball, and he is still facilitating this offense, but Willu shutting that down early will push Espionage back. They'll have to reset.
Now, I like the strategy there from ICE off at the kickoff. The first thing they went for was a passing play straight into the box. The player on the offense just could not quite get the final touch to convert it in, but it was a nice idea to catch Espionage off immediately from the kickoff, who now seem to be under pressure a little bit, and we talked about them having to adapt. They do get a clear over the top of Willow, though, who's going to have to really be careful on the track back. Beats 2 attackers and carries it out, wasting some time. Ran down a boost. 2 teammates committing as well to lend a hand. Perhaps a little bit of miscommunication there, but they should have time to recover that, as Ram took a very slow touch on the way out.
Ooh, Nuke very hesitant there. Didn't know if he should go, and then decided he should, and by then it was far too late. Willu, he popped that ball up into a lot of space and polished it off himself. So we talked about the offense would be suffering from the substitution, but sometimes when we have those subs coming in, Astral, they tend to play the third man role. And with Jerome filling that spot in game 1 when Sikino was in the rotation, perhaps that's a really big difference that Espionage will have to sort out. And right there, the defense not in position to make that save, and it costs them.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big switch around for Jerome now, to quickly change his pattern. And here he is, though, on the offense, nearly converting himself the first goal for his team in this game, as I say that. But to switch from sitting so far back 60% of the time in your defensive half to then now being required to get forward and consistently put shots on target, it is different. And they are going to have to adapt to that. And that probably explains why they're losing this game so far. But Ram's doing a good job of being a nuisance in the offense and just cutting out the passes and stopping Ice really generating something. And here's Jerome, just drops this one in uncontested and gets the goal we were talking about.
All right, perhaps Jerome's not going to suffer too much playing a bit further up in this game. That is a gorgeous little double right there. Realized that back wall was uncovered. Willow couldn't recover it in time, and just a soft little touch. All it takes for Jerome to tie us up. That is a nice answer from Espionage to quell some of the doubts that we were starting to create of their rotation and really put Ice on notice.
Yeah, they've shut us down and proved us wrong, unless they're good to concede here. Nuke still looking a little bit uncomfortable in the defense, it has to be said, not managing to get a touch on that one. And here comes 5BS putting it into the corner again with a follow-up from Boy Jerome. Beats both of them, gets it clear, and Nuke's found a demo. The net is wide open if they can turn it on target, but it's just going to go wide and roll up over onto the backboard. Ram trying to keep the chance alive for Nuke, but good defending from Ice in the end to try and keep that one out. But a very nice counter-attack from Espionage and a fantastic idea as well.
No one back here. Willow has to rush and collect the ball, but gives it up to Jerome, and it's just hit after hit, playing ping pong in the corner there. Now move to the other one. We'll see if the ping pong game ensues. No, actually, Boy finding clear with a lot of space. He was given right there to take that shot, and now pass back. Shot just a little bit off. The rebound opportunity was on, but Ram back in time covering that near post. That time, near post covered, but Willow goes far. Nicely placed, and IC Sports take their lead right back.
Yeah, that was really nice from Boy as well. Just spun his car upside down to get the daintiest touch into the middle without over-hitting it for his teammate, and Willow in the perfect position. Finds it into the back of the net as well, just as the approaching defenders had all the momentum. The ball goes carrying in the opposite direction, straight behind their backs. A nice chance for Ice to get them back in the lead, but they're quickly under pressure again. Back and forth the teams go, and since the substitution, they look a bit more evenly matched, whereas Espionage obviously ran away a bit with game 1 towards the end of it. But so far, they're very close to coming back into this. They just need to see a tiny bit more from Nuke, as here comes Ram again. If he's got some support in the middle, they might get a goal back, but not quite quick enough this time around.
No, but Nuke's involved, more so now. Trying to flash mechanics as well. We saw that attempted double tap on a free back wall. Couldn't quite get it, but it's still good to see that he's feeling confident enough to go for something like that. That also doubles as a setup play if a teammate's in the area. So Espionage can use that if the opportunity presents itself, but Ice doing a good job of holding on to their lead for now and pressing for a third. They might find it, but not quite yet. Ram back in time to make that block, and now Nuke, center ball. Ram not there in time. He was flipping out, but not far enough down the field to make a case for touching that ball, and 5BS to that center line. Espionage trying to establish some offense, but they just can't penetrate that Ice Esports center line just yet.
Yeah, that Boy shot ended up going straight down the middle, pretty much directly at Ram. Made it a little bit too easy for him in this scenario. The passing's been very strong from Boy. Perhaps the shooting's got to be better, but Nuke's just going to drop that one straight over the top of the last man. I don't think anybody thought that was going in. We take another look here, but Boy just still pushing his way back, and I think the momentum was a little bit too much for him.
That was nicely placed by Nuke as well. I was saying he's feeling more confident. It's a tough shot to go for, and I'm happy to see he did not hesitate to get up for it and put it on, and IC Sports not expecting it either, so Espionage could potentially steal this game. Then it's open. 5BS is back in time, and they'll pop it over to the corner with a second touch as well, but there's no follow-up just yet, and the third man does get there, but Espionage seem rekindled, but maybe a little overzealous offensively. Ball dropping down, and Willow will score it a bit too free. Team Espionage not back in time.
Had the exact same thought as you there, Boy, being a little bit ambitious, I think, trying to read that drop down. Luckily, 5BS and Willow both waiting there, all three players upfield. It's a good job they got that one finished off. Otherwise, they would have been in quite a bit of trouble, I think, on the counter-attack. But got the job done. Back and forth we go. And Espionage nearly finding an equalizer again. That one team just cannot seem to find a grasp of this game. As soon as they score, they concede one back down the other end. As I say that, Ice get a second, and Willow gets his 4th goal of the game.
Well, that might be the grasp on game 2 that they needed. Good beat from Boy, and Ram flat-footed, turning at the wrong moment. Willow right there outspeeding his counterpart. And Ice Esports might have just put this one to bed, garnering a tied-up series. And this is more like it. This is what I wanted to see. An even back-and-forth series between these two squads. Ice have done nicely as Espionage tries to recover from the loss of Kino, and they've done well, I think, generating a decent amount of offense. They just couldn't quite keep up with Ice Esports in this one.
Yeah, I think given the very short-term amount of time they had to make that substitution and get up to speed, I think it wasn't a bad performance from Team Espionage at all, but there was definitely a few cracks there, and Willow seemed to follow in the footsteps of Ram from game 1, and 4 shots, 4 goals, just dominating the offense for his team, and both teams seem to be being led by one player at the moment in terms of scoring, so we'll see if the others can get on the score sheet, but I mean, fair play to his teammates as well. 3 assists across the board, only 1 unassisted. They did set up some really nice opportunities for him too.
They did, and they found the gaps in Team Espionage's backline that weren't quite there in Game 1. So Ice did a great job of swarming the net. When there were those opportunities, they would pounce on it, and Team Espionage, not enough coordination and cohesion to really recover. And so in Game 3, now it's their defense that needs some work. It was Ice after Game 1, and now it's Espionage that has to figure out that backline rotation of theirs and perhaps turn that into save, clear, and then counterattack. So we'll see what happens on Map 3. It's a very interesting best of 5 that's developing in front of us, where I'm not sure you can really give complete control to either of these two teams with how they looked, but as it stands, Ice Esports definitely a hair ahead of Espionage.
Yeah, Ice Esports continuing their pattern for all season. 80% of the goals assisted in this series, an exact match on the stat. Espionage struggling a little bit further down on the 50% mark, so perhaps the 2 players, or even 3, need to work on linking up a little bit more in the offense. Of course, we did see Ram score a lot of the goals solo in Game 1, and maybe we're going to need to see a difference in offense, because I think Jerome's goal last game as well was also unassisted, and unless I could be corrected there, but they definitely need to start linking up, and Nuke did start to pick up towards the end of the game as well, despite the slow start, so I think we're going to see a better performance here from Espionage, but I expect to see goals back and forth regardless, just like the previous game.
Ooh, that was a clever touch from Willu, but Ram was in the area, and he stays in the area. Now putting up Team Espionage by 1. That is nicely capitalized upon, and you can't be making mistakes like that. 5 BS. That one hurts a little bit.
Bit of a goal poacher, isn't he, Ram? Just hanging around in that zone. You've got to be careful where you're placing the ball, because he's sniffing around in the back line, looking for an inch of a chance at the ball, and if you give him one on a plate like that, he'll just turn it in no problem at all, and that's going to be a great boost of confidence to Espionage to quickly cut down the momentum that Ice will have had coming out of that last victory as they go for another demo as well. I think we've seen a lack of them from Espionage, but Ice pulling another one out all the way down in Game 3, and Espionage continuing their pressure as well. The net is wide open. Nuke just needs to get there, but the defenders are back in the nick of time. Ice look in all kinds of trouble right now, Bepic.
Oh, that miss definitely not going to help them in terms of getting out of timeout, which is their own half. That's a nice block by Rim out to the side, but first to it is an orange car. Boy pokes it down the field and will allow Ice Esports to escape the cage. They were locked in momentarily, plus the bump from Willow, opening things up, but Boy could not put the shot on target. That was the golden opportunity to put in the equalizer. Now, Team Espionage trying to put in the extender of the lead. Perhaps their second, or perhaps a clear for Ice that turns into a shot. Pass down, intercepted. Willow punching it out to the side. Ram, no clearance allowed. Ice now swarming the offensive zone. They found that clear that they needed to get out, and well, they turned it into some good-looking offense, but could not hold on to it. So they'll have to start again from their own back line.
Starting to notice a bit of a pattern form as well in this series. The Espionage just seem to be scoring those goals that come their way, and here's another one to finally make an example of that as Nuke taps it in. We saw Ice miss that perfect chance just because Boy put it slightly wide of what was pretty much in a direct open net, and then Nuke finds that one behind the defender. Espionage just doing much, much better at taking their chances when they come, and right now that's causing Ice some problems. They find themselves 2-0 down.
They are swarming that orange end, which is what Ice want to be doing on the blue side of things. It seems like Espionage have now made the adjustments, contributing to that ebb and flow of an RLCS series where one team makes the adjustments after losing, then the other side. So Espionage, good to see them back, and we'll see if Ice can close this 2-goal gap. They got the time to do it, but not the control, nor the speed, nor the Jerome, but he couldn't put that double in. Instead, Ram a try, 100 boost. He beats one, but is bumped off the ball by Boy, no less. And now Willow can put that one on net. Easy save for Jerome, getting back in time. Boost, not an issue for Espionage right now. They're doing a much better job controlling it, I feel, in this Game 3 than they were in the previous.
I think you can tell as well the pace of the game just seems to be going up a little bit as both teams go back and forth with the counter-attacks to try and catch each other out. I see Boy just getting a bump there onto Jerome out the corner of the screen as Ice try and get this opportunity going, but 5BS just missing the chance to shoot right in front of goal. Boy's going to have to make a save here. Gets a double touch off the backboard to turn it away, and it's a good job because Willow's been removed from the field by Nuke as Espionage try to link up right in front of that goal, and Nuke keeping the opportunity alive. Another ambitious jump from Boy, but makes the recovery. Doesn't find the second touch though. 5BS picks up the pieces as they slow down the game just a little bit before Espionage nick back possession once again.
That's smart from Ice, I feel, to slow it down just a hair, to maybe wrestle some control back of the boost game, but it's not quite working. Instead, the ball's just stuck in the center third at the moment. That doink might be enough to get the ball out, but Boy didn't have a whole lot in the tank. He was empty, and so he couldn't really extend it, so we stay in the corner just waiting for Espionage to find that gap, and Jerome does over the center line, and a pinch backwards. Don't know how he managed that. Unfortunately for Ice Esports, it was right to a blue car, so they can't immediately pounce on it. And so Espionage, some time, some space, but 5BS back, and with 60 seconds left, things started to get a little dangerous for Ice. They haven't been able to rekindle that offensive performance that they demonstrated for us that was really on fire in that last game. Instead, it's just a back-and-forth game controlled by Espionage.
And another poacher's goal dropping right in front of the goal, and Jerome, nice half flip to recover and drop this one in. There's 3 players though in the box. Should have got there from Ice. I think Boy was kind of caught underneath the ball and couldn't really do a lot about that one. It's a bit of a shame for them. It's kind of killed any momentum that Ice had going into it. And I don't think Espionage's defense looked anything but perfect, but Ice have just struggled to get shots away. They've had 3 all game, which is half of what Espionage have managed to turn out, and shows the difference. 3 of those have found the back of the net. Here's another chance for them, but they've got to get it down in front of the goal to actually turn the shot on. And here's another poor touch from Boy. Can he recover it over the top of Ram? Jerome will get it away though under very little pressure in the end. 23 seconds left, Epic. They need a miracle now with 3 goals to go.
Ooh, that is not it. That was Nuke hunting for a 4th. No miracles going to be found in the orange box. They need it on the blue end, but 10 seconds left. That pinch going the wrong way if you're an Ice Esports fan. And Espionage will take their first game with Nuke inserted into the lineup. And it was in similar fashion to Game 1, where it was their offense capitalizing on the majority of the opportunities and then holding Ice to very little. So 7 shots to 3, back to the low offensive output style game, and apparently that favors Espionage because they've been very efficient, whereas Ice have been unable to keep up with that style of Rocket League.
Impressive bounce back, I think it has to be said for Espionage, to keep a clean sheet as well, considering the defensive struggles in the last game. That's a really impressive job for them to get organised so quickly after just probably 5-6 minutes of game time. So they've got to be happy with that. Ice, though, just struggling offensively, and I think, you know, the game we saw them win in the last one, Willow converting all of those shots. This one we saw, I think, Boy have 2 or 3 chances in front of goal and just not managed to get any kind of shot that had some conviction that was going to cause problems. And you can see only 1 shot recorded on the score sheet for him when it could have been 3 or 4, but just didn't manage to turn them on target quick enough, allowed Espionage to recover. So I think some shooting lessons needing to go into the next one for Ice Esports if they want to bounce back.
Definitely. In between the last two games, I said I think it was Ice needs to work on their defense, then it was Espionage needs to work on their defense. Now it's Ice having to work on their offense to figure out how to up that output just a little bit. And, I mean, putting shots on will help, but even if they do hit 100% of their shots in that last game, we're just in overtime. It's not a win for Ice. So if they keep Espionage out of the offensive half just by controlling the ball a bit more, perhaps they lower the goal total of their counterparts, but that starts in the blue end. So we'll see how Ice do it, if they can hang on to midfield control a little bit longer here, and what adjustments they are going to make to do just that. Mid boosts back in Espionage's favor, just like I alluded to in that last game. I think that is the key for Ice. They need to control those big midfield boosts.
Had a great chance there as well, right off the start, to take the lead as the ball went rolling across the blue goal, but the defenders just equal to it. And yeah, there's a miss there from Willow as well. Luckily, boys there to recover. Might have a chance for a shot. There's a double commit in there as well from Espionage, but Jerome does a fantastic job to recover and block that shot out on the edge of the box before it turns on target. I love 5BS there, just taking his time, slowing it down, because you mentioned, they tried it that once last game, but they didn't really stick to it for very long, and it seems to be Espionage love to play with speed. There's a bump, and there's another goal for Jerome. Espionage in front.
And it's Jerome scoring. He's usually the hermit that only lives in his defensive third and comes out once a year, but is coming out right there, yields a goal. So nicely timed by him, capitalizing on all that space in the clear lane right down the alley towards the orange net. And, well, that's not a good start for Ice. This is a game they need to win, obviously, forcing game 5, and that's much better. 5BS responding immediately with a clanger to the right side of the goal.
Had me a little bit nervous there. I saw it heading towards the post. I think it did take a touch off that on the way in, but it found its way into the back of the net regardless, and that's what's important for this team. But had that have come out, I think they'd be kicking themselves at can they actually score, as the shots just don't seem to want to find their way in. A quick recovery, though, within the first minute is always important, as Jerome trying to cause problems once more. And, Bekovic, to say he finds majority of his time sat defending his own goal, he's certainly got a few tricks up his sleeve offensively and some good mechanics as well to really try and cause Ice Esports some problems.
Well, I suppose when you only enter the offensive third, it's a blue moon, you've got to have that pop kind of capability of just scoring on a whim and helping your team out when you do exit your comfort zone. Here he is again. We talked so much about him playing defense. Well, he's facilitating the offense at the moment, setting up Ram for that shot. It is saved, though, by Willow, and it leads to a clearance down the field. Willow a miss, though, and I've seen too many of those. Orange cars flying past the rock with no contact made, and Ice can't afford that at the moment. That's how they figure out their offense. They need better touches. They need just touches, period, and at the moment, too many whiffs in the blue end.
Yeah, I've seen a double commit there as well from Ice. Just seems to be a little bit of nerves as they try and communicate, and perhaps need to do so a little bit more efficiently, as Jerome pushing the ball once again into his team's favour. There's another double commit as well before Jerome cleans up with a demo, but the net's wide open in the corner. It snuck through, and out of nowhere, Ice have managed to get themselves into the lead.
A side flip is what caused that. Ram was about to go up for that ball. He was going to win the challenge, and then his controller stick went a little bit too far to the right on his ascent. So 2-1, Ice Esports capitalizing on that. They just can't help but hit the post, Astral. They're slowly correcting themselves in terms of shooting accuracy, but they're not completely correct where they're hitting their shots flush. Though if it goes in, I suppose. 2-1, Ice Esports, they're back.
And the main thing as well is just for them to get scoring more consistently, and it was a little bit against the run of play. I think wouldn't be too much of something you could argue about, but at the same time, they've not been the best with their chances in this series, and that's one they needed to take, and they did so. How are they going to play, though, now that they're in the lead? But I think only the second time this series, as Jerome is just bringing out demo after demo to try and disrupt them getting further forward up the field. Boy is in a good place to receive the pass. It is center as well, but Nuke doing a really good job, spots it, cuts it out on the edge of the box. And now Willow's got all the work to do defensively, as well as all three players coming forward from the blue side, but does a great job there shutting down Jerome. And now they've got to counter their own again. Look at the shot off of the crossbar. Can't finish it off. Ice looking to have picked up pace here, Bepic.
Still not quite there in terms of shooting accuracy, though. That was the one that
really
should have gone in, as it was set up perfectly. It would have been insurance, and now going the other way, it's Nuke off the back wall, though on that back wall. Set a pink fennec with a nameplate of Willu right above it, and he'll do nicely to help his team escape, though 5BS credited with the clear. Pass out to the side, though it's up a Ram and not an orange car. Willu does step up and get a win into the blue end. Jerome dunked, Nuke awkward. He's just up praying that a shot comes his way into his car. Instead, no shot erupts, and Ice Esports will start over again in terms of entering that blue box. But they're controlling the ball nicely. That clear not going to help with their control. They'll have to start again, but they're wasting time, Astral, in a point in this game where they just need to play in the offensive zone and not allow Espionage any kind of space, any kind of opening to work with.
Yeah, they do, and I think they've managed to slow the game down a little bit better. They've really linked up better. They've been finding each other more consistently with the passes, which is something we were expecting to see, but almost Espionage just shut it down with their sheer pressure and does seem to be slowly edging back towards that way as I say that, but boy, going to get that one cleared, but not over the top of Jerome, who just seems to be that titan in the midfield, closing people down, causing demos, picking the ball up and collecting the loose end, as well as Ram has a shot just wide of the post. It's not like him to miss a goal from there, and Espionage need it now more than ever if they want to stop this one going to Game 5.
Ram, 2 critical mistakes in a critical moment. If they drop the Game 5 that is now seemingly very likely, then we look back on those 2 critical misses from the star that emerged earlier on in this best of 5. Ram, the missed opportunity on offense, and then the missed hit out of the corner. Ice, though, nicely done to capitalize, and they've got themselves a bit of a buffer to work with. Well, they're going to have to withstand an onslaught, I'm sure, that is forthcoming. If Team Espionage can garner any kind of control here, but not really anything, Astral. It just kind of touches to the side wall, and they can't get anything going late, so it's looking like Game 5 very, very likely.
I think better time wasting from Ice, and nicely done as well. That one's just behind Nuke. He did manage to get a touch, but yeah, 5BS going to claim that one. Should get a second touch too. Jerome cuts it out. Can they keep it up? They're keeping it up for nothing, and Willow nearly finding another goal as well as it hits the post once again. I mean, this team, they've really got something interested in hitting that upright, haven't they, consistently goal after goal.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it and still find success here, but 10 shots, I suppose, answers my question at least a little bit. That was a huge shot difference in a series that has been largely controlled by Espionage. They were outshot just by 2 the last time they lost a game, and here they were outshot by 7. So a big difference between them and Ice. And, well, Espionage got to sort out their offense. They were close to getting one back late there, and then Ram, the missed open net, Astral. I'll mention it one more time, but I suppose I should stop for his sake, as he's played so well this series. But missed opportunities, you cannot be letting those slip at this stage in a big series like this.
Definitely not like Ram either. I think he's been the player more than anybody that's been capitalizing on those chances. But I think what made it somewhat poetic was the goal down the other end from Boy was almost identical to the first goal of the series that Ram scored, where a defender missed the ball in the corner on the wall and then he tapped it in. So Boy almost did it back to him, what we saw right from Game 1 just after he misses an open net. It's poetry now as we enter Champions Field for this 5th game, and it does feel like Espionage have had this series in the bag, but then somehow just keep stumbling and throwing it away and giving Ice another opportunity. And will they do that now, or are they going to finally go the way of your prediction and finish this off in the last possible game?
I wish I had the answer, but that would make casting this Game 5 a lot less fun. There's an early opportunity, but the shot weak enough for Willu to get back just in the nick of time and touch it out into the corner. Ice, a pinch towards net, and that slots in. Bottom left, Willu and Boy combining for a very interesting opener here on Champions Field.
Well, it's assisted, and that's all that matters for this team. And a bit of wind blowing in one direction would have put that in off the post as well. So close again. At least they're finding the corners, Bepic. So they're aiming in the right place, just sometimes slightly off. But that one absolutely pin perfect into the bottom corner. And here they come again. This one dropping on the goal line. 2 defenders panicking, trying to get a touch. But luckily there was no attacker there to finish the job in favour of Espionage. As Jerome now going to do what he does, coming the other way. 0 boost to work with, though, should make things much more comfortable for Ice, and it is as Boy gets 2 touches, found 5BS for a follow-up, and now they might find an attack from this as well.
Ooh, that pass not going to work. Too central and too weak, but that clear just might. Too high. 5BS was there regardless, but this is a real chance for Team Espionage to control the arrow space in the orange half. Ram up to the side wall, into the corner, running out of boost though. Drop down, Nuke's there. So too was Willow to block that shot. 5BS stuffed. Willow has his teammate down the field, but 5BS not a whole lot in the tank to work with. Ram beaten. Boy, no teammates in tow to help him out. Now a very awkward situation for Espionage, especially with that ball somehow careening off of a blue and an orange car, off the crossbar and in.
Ice just suddenly found out to take their chances. It's not the way you expect, is it? I think the two, was it nearly a 3-man pinch and then off the crossbar and in, but they don't care. They've been hitting the post all game. It can go in off the crossbar as well. Ice don't mind as long as they get this one over the line, and they find themselves with a 2-gold lead now and putting Espionage under pressure again. If they can make it 3, they might just be feeling confident enough to finish it from here already, but Espionage, let's see if they can have a fight back. Nuke gets it over 1 following the pass, but instantly into the path of Willow as they try to work this one back up the other way. Boy gets bumped out by 5BS, and that kills off any kind of attack, because Ice are getting a little bit too carried away now, I think, going forward.
Well, I mean, they've just been taking strange challenges and finding those challenges in the back of the blue net, so why not go for weird stuff at this point? You've got the 2-goal buffer, and you've got all the confidence in the world on Champions Field. I'm sure all the nerves alleviated for our boys on the orange side, and the same cannot be said, I'm sure, for Espionage, who find themselves in danger of dropping down very early on the lower side of the bracket. That's a hefty clear out towards a net that was exposed momentarily, had the shot been a bit harder, but Jerome into Bath, he's back just in time. And he finds a save, but half a game of Rocket League gone, and things in a difficult spot for Espionage as they have yet to really establish themselves in the orange end.
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow start for them. They've had 4 shots, but Nuke having 3 of them. I think there was a good opportunity there once dropping in front of the box, but the defense has been equal to it, and Ice's defense so far been up to standard, I would say, as you see Jerome coming across again, but Boy blocking that one out very nicely indeed and causing Ram under a lot of pressure before he gets over one and gets blocked out. This consistent pressure from Ice causing all kinds of problems. Willow opting to not go for the shot and pop it back into the middle again, which wastes a little bit more time before 5BS finally gets beaten by Ram, and they find a charge now back up the other end.
3 players here in the corner for Espionage, and Nuke hesitated a bit too much when deciding if he should go for that ball or not. That might be the difference at the end of things, because that leads to a clear, as there was no 3rd man back covering the center line for Espionage. They will work their way back into the offensive end, trying to weave their way into the orange box. Nice pop, the net's open. Ram, step up, shoot. He takes the shot, but it's too late. 5BS, he will make a huge save for Ice. Jerome into Bath. Flip reset, over a couple, into the orange box, but Boy has the read. We've seen a lot fewer misses in these clutch moments for Ice. They've had the players back, and those players making reads that do not allow Team Espionage any easy goals. They're forcing their opponents into Rocket League hard mode in Game 5, and it seems like it's easy street for Ice Esports as they put home the 3rd and might have put Team Espionage in lowers.
Yeah, this is a great goal. Really nicely worked between all 3 of them, and then 5BS just dropping that on a plate for Willow, who catches it off the end of a pre-flip to put in the 3rd goal. Impressive stuff into the final minute. We've very rarely had a close game, haven't we, in this one, Bepic? I think we've had 1 game back and forth. The others have just been one team starts ahead, and they just continue in that fashion with as much steam as they can possibly muster. Espionage got a huge amount of work to do. Nuke can't get on the end of that pass, though, and now Ice coming, looking the other way, looking for the 4th, and nearly found it if it wasn't for Ram getting that last-minute touch as the pressure back on top of their defense once again, but Willow not making contact this time around. The shots definitely in Ice's favor, the goals in Ice's favor, and so is the clock with just 30 seconds left.
0 1-goal games in this series, and it's looking like we're going to end in that fashion as Ice Esports are finding fast clears. They're finding big wins, and their challenge game. They're finding demos, slowing up the defensive rotation, and opening up a lane to shoot, though that one off the post. Why not end this series in that fashion if you're Ice? Pour salt on the wound. Show Team Espionage just how many times you missed shots in this series and still came out on top. A 5-game set to start off day 1 of the final regional here in Sub-Saharan Africa and RLCS. Where else would you rather be on a Friday? I can't think of another place. Astral, can you?
Definitely not. Smallest region, biggest hype, and that's what you get right there, all the way to a Game 5 before Ice Esports just kept it cool, didn't they? Didn't even look worried. Did exactly what they needed to do. Sent Espionage crashing down, and maybe for the first time looking to get themselves into the top 6 and finally end that spree of being top 8. But a very nice start for them. I'm sure they're going to have a difficult route ahead, though, aren't they, coming up against Pirates?
Oh, certainly. This is the one you had to win, as Pirates is the tallest of orders in this region, though I think Bravado starting to make a claim for that. Greybeard, you were right. Espionage just couldn't quite keep up without Sikino.
Yeah, man. Well, listen. On the plus side, though, we certainly picked the right series to bring on stream, because the rest of this bracket, it was clean sweeps up and down,
Wow.
with the exception of the Nibble Evolved series, which went 3-1. But this one was really tight and a little scuffed for Espionage. Starting out with Kino, got his exams pushed back. But then the power went out. Oh, the joys of living in Africa and in Mozambique in particular. Oh, Ultrasm, a tough one for them.
We can hear you, I believe.
Oh, all right, fine. Well, we good? I think we got you. Off you go. Okay,
dear.
fine. Well, all right. Well, while we sort that out, and let us know when Alt is back in action there. Would they have won? Ice won, and we got half the desk got it right. But would they have won had Kino been in there the whole way, Bepik?
I think they would have, because they looked so clean in that first game. The 3-goal win, it was 4-1 in game 1. The offense was churning with Ram up front, and then Nuke comes in. Jerome has to leave his comfort zone temporarily. They drop that next game, and they kind of found their rhythm, but it just wasn't the same after Kino left. I don't know. It's all speculation, Greybeard, but since I predicted Espionage, I got to be confident. I think they would have.
All right, fine. Well, let's take a quick tour via Stats Corner to see how the numbers stacked up and how we found ourselves where we did.
Yes, over to the stats corner. Let's really break it down here, Joda. First of all, for Ice Esports getting that win, we looked at Will Liu. Bit of a surprise, one of the lowest point scorers and goal scorers, but just popped off this series.
Yeah, he's normally the lowest point scorer on Ice. He puts in a good contribution, but typically averaging 60 points per game less than his teammates. He scored the fewest of their goals by a fair margin. They normally try and channel everything through Boy and 5PS secondarily, but this time he scored over half of their goals for the series and over 400 points per game, shooting 50% too. He popped off big time. And the other big thing I think we have to point to when we look back at what we said beforehand was that we predicted quite a lot of demos to come out, especially from Ram, and they were able to keep him extremely quiet this series. 0.25 demos per game from him. For contrast, Boy from Ice got 4 times more than that. So even they weren't demoing that much, but Ice are actually out-demoing Espionage, which is against what the stats predicted.
Yeah, but hey, demolitions, it's always good if we can see the physicality come to form. Another thing we saw come to form was that substitution. I'm sure you're curious about statistics in that manner. 60% shooting percentage from Nuke coming in for Kino, so was able to play a big role and come in pretty well, but just not ending up being enough, Joda, for Espionage.
Yeah, he didn't put up massive score per game, but he certainly was clinical when he got his chances. He was putting them away well, and I think he did a perfectly fine job of filling the gap that needed to be done. But in such a close series, there just weren't quite able to get over the line, and Ice, they were in their comfort zone to the extreme. Their boost per minute usage was within 1% of their split average, which is a perfect sign that they were getting exactly as much as they needed to and they were used to. That is prime comfort zone, and when you're in that zone, it's hard to beat.
They found their rhythm and they took the win, Ice Esports. So, and it was a close one as well, Greybeard, like we predicted. So we'll have more for you in the next series, but we'll take it to you for now.
All right, so in the upper bracket moving forward, Pirates, DNMK, Digital Devils, Bravado, Nibble, Apex, and ATK. And Ultrazim, when we spoke earlier this week, we spoke about the importance for Digital Devils to come out strong. They take their game against MTG 3-0, so a good early sign for the Devils.
Yeah, this is the big thing, is we're now hitting that second round, and you've now got to make a big impact. This is where that middle ground really starts getting decided. You know, you don't want to drop down to the lower bracket because there's already going to be teams that are very good waiting down there. So coming through very confidently, managing to make a statement, and then try and carry that momentum into the big clashes, the ones that are really going to push your team. I think that's going to be big, and a nice tip of the hat there to Digital Devils.
And while the difficulty level for them scales up very quickly, the teams we're touting as 3rd and 4th place, DNMK at Apex, while DNMK will go up against Digital Devils in the next round, and we're bringing you that series after the short break.
up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain.
And we continue our march on the last regional of the last split of the first season of RLCS in SSA. We've just seen ICE Esports move forward in the upper bracket, and the only series really where there wasn't the potential for an upset. Either team winning wouldn't be an upset. Everywhere else it's gone to type, and now it gets a little bit tougher with Digital Devils. Excellent start, 3-0, but equally DNMK taking their series 3-0. So both of them unbeaten into the second round, but it does get a little tighter now, Mr. Bepic.
Yes, it does. I look at the bracket and I start to salivate as I see the Apex versus ATK match and the DNMK Digital Devils match, because we chatted a lot about this, how there's kind of the top two, obviously, in Pirates and Bravado, and then the next four are kind of set in stone, but always changing. The DNMK Digital Devils, Apex, ATK region, and those two matches kind of decide and set the tone for this regional, who's going to be the top two of that next four. So I'm very interested to see how these series shake out, because for those four squads, these best of fives are critical for how they end the season.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and DNMK with birthday boy Wee Casper, congrats to him once again, but they do want to continue with this and solidify that, and by all accounts they are. But Digital Devils will be looking to re-establish themselves. Haven't had a great split. Regionals 1 and 2, Astral, they will feel like they got a point to prove.
They will, but I think, coming into this top six isn't bad at all, Greybeard, and we're looking now at DNMK top four consistently, but at some point that top four has got to break. We've seen ATK slipping out of there, and who's going to be the next team creeping up? Digital Devils could be that team, and a birthday boy, Wee Casper, the diet's going to be off point, stuffing his face with cake. That's a great opportunity to come and catch a player off guard. He's feeling very tired after stuffing his face. So I think Digital Devils could be up for an upset here if DNMK don't stay focused.
Maybe he stuffs himself with Digital Devil or with DNMK. Huh?
DNMK, okay. And then Alt, do you think their 3-0 stonking, their positive start, done enough to overcome a team like DNMK?
I think that a dominant start is basically the baseline. That's got to be your starting point. It's definitely not the deciding factor for the next one. Second round is where everything heats up. It's the part of the day that I'm most excited for, because now we see the top teams clashing. And it's not the make or break kind of get out desperate fight for the teams. It's we're trying to actually put a name for ourselves in these competitions. Managed to get that lucky draw that you don't have to go up against the Pirates or against Bravado in your second round. You want to really go through to that upper semifinals as quickly as possible, and both these teams looking pretty strong.
All right, and now Stats Corner, give us the numbers. Tell us what to think so we can make predictions when we come back to the desk.
Hey, we can always tell you what to think, Greybeard, here at the Stats Corner, but I feel like you guys have the best statistics with the happy birthday for Wee Casper, the beautiful hype chamber decorations. You guys got everything you need if you ask me. But, Jonah, we got a little extra for them. Let's get down and dirty into the demos, DNMK and the Digital Devils. What do we have?
Yeah, and as always, the story is old as time. It's me going on about how much I love the digital demos, because they started last regional when we came in the Stats Corner for the first time. They were right at the top for demos under the royalty flag, and they've backed off a little bit. I dare say a deliberate style choice, because they are no longer the top demoing team, because they were going and conceding some open nets down the other end. Just a bit scary at times to be throwing everything for the demos, but now they sit at a conservative but significant level. They demo over 3 per game. They demo around the same as Espionage, but the key factor we notice with their demos is that nearly all of them are on offense. You can expect to see triple plays coming through, demos on the backline leading directly to goals.
Okay, demos into goals. I want to talk about those goals, the shot takers from both teams. We're looking at Yopego from DNMK. It's no joke that Yopego is the one to watch. 3.18 shots per game. That's 6 in the region for this split. But if you look on the other side, Digital Devils got to keep an eye on 0. The shooting percentage, particularly at 44%. That's through 18 games in this split, 3rd for the region. Those are 2 players to watch out for in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard whenever we talk DNMK to not go talk Yopega. He's like top of the list when we go for stats because his stats really are that diverse. But when we compare them shooting wise, it's quite a harsh story in favor of DNMK. It's the biggest gap, I think, between the 2 teams. The biggest pointer that DNMK should take this is that they both have identical shooting percentage, but the NMK take 25% more shots. It's over 8 per game versus around 6 per game. And if you score just as many as your shots and you take 25% more, simple maths, that's 25% more goals for the NMK.
Yeah, so hey, simple math from our side. So that's about as simple as it gets, Desk. We got the stats for you. Hopefully you got the game for us.
And I'm not sure if it was a deliberate choice from Jota calling them the digital demos, which is pretty cool. All right, prediction time. You've heard the numbers. Let's roll. Let's start from the front of the desk. Mr. Bepic, where do you land on this matchup?
All right. Well, I hate to be boring, Graybeard, but I misspoke earlier. I meant WeCast was going to be stuffing himself with Digital Devils. I confused the teams that start with D. My brain just can't handle it. And I'm hoping Digital Devils can handle DNMK, make it an interesting series, but DNMK has been looking so good recently, fighting for that top 3 spot against Apex. I just cannot bet against them early on. I've got them slated to have a date with Pirates later on in the bracket.
And it's funny, like a regional ago, it was probably an easy prediction for Digital Devils, just given the form that they were in. But wow, the rise of DNMK. Astral, how you feeling?
I'm looking at a clash of 2 scary prospects. I think, this bracket, it's begging for an upset, isn't it? It's looking for something, and stats, Greybeard, they are there to be rewritten. Pirates against Devils, that'll be a battle and a half, won't it? It's what we want to see in every blockbuster movie. I'm going with Digital Devils, that they're going to get their demos straight through this bracket.
Ooh, good man. And then Alt, the strong start from the Digital Devils. Is it enough to convince you they've got what it takes to take down a resurgent and very good-looking DNMK?
Well, this is going to be the exciting culmination of the season, right? Is where these 2 eventually level out. Because DNMK was really strong at the beginning. Then Royalty, as they were, came up as Echo left and Defunct joined the DNMK roster. The DNMK squad dropped down a little bit. Now it's DNMK coming back out. And the 2 of them, the pendulum back and forth, could go either way. But I think that Defunct has made a nice home for himself. And so DNMK looking strong as a team. They should take this.
All right, fine. Well, I'm probably going to tip the balance more towards DNMK. I do think they're going to take it, but it is one of those matchups that I really wouldn't mind being wrong. I just want to see an epic battle. Both of these teams showing up. And now, Astral Ultrasm, take it away. Bring us the action.
Thank you so much, Greybeard. Looking forward to this one. And you know what? The panel's going against me, but I don't mind. I don't mind Ultrasm. You know why? I was just thinking as well. Looking back, pretty sure the first ever game I casted in SSA was of Royalty, which of course now is the Digital Devils roster. So maybe it's just fate. Maybe I'm here to support this team and do what Bepic was doing in the last one and be biased. But regardless, I think we're going to have a good game on our hands, even if DNMK have been in very, very good form at the minute.
Well, that's the thing, is I love casting with someone who's actually got the opposite opinion on the panel, is because, especially when it's really well-founded, as yours is, Digital Devils is looking good. Their team is looking solid. They have been in the scene for long enough to have exposure and know what it's like to play up on the big main stage. I give Digital Devils a lot of credit, and I have respected Royalty for a long time. And so the fact that DNMK is also looking good at this stage means this is not an upset whichever way it goes. And even if you prove all 3 of us on the panel wrong, I think it's not out of the realms. I saw the Twitch predictions earlier. And it's heavily in favor of Lee. apparently, of Digital Devils. Weirdly enough, it seems to have now. I see, no, 64% Digital Devils. So it seems to be going on your side as well. To see what the players have in store for us, though, in a couple of seconds. Apparently, Original back in there, not listed on Liquipedia, which is nice to see, and Eliakim actually picking up some pretty impressive stats across the board in terms of shooting percentages. I mean, that's what you really want as someone who can finish off the game when you get those very fine opportunities, right?
Yeah, we saw it wasn't enough quite in that last series. Ram was scoring all those goals for his side, but it wasn't enough. Team Espionage couldn't get it done, so perhaps the same thing could come to fruition here, and we'll have to wait and see. But shooting is very, very important, and it gets yourself in a good position, but I think it's about that consistently delivering throughout a series, because we often see players like that who score all the time. They get a couple at the start and in the first couple of games, but it's easy to then carry that momentum through the game and not into the next one and just get a hat-trick and then not score for 2 games. So it's about delivering that consistently over the whole performance and really showing that endurance. And in a best of 5, it's not perhaps as difficult as a best of 7, but it's practice to build their way up, and it's a big game for Digital Devils to try and sneak their way into a top 4 position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be action from the get-go, and get-go we shall, ladies and gentlemen. Hype Chamber's up, and we Casper, the birthday boy, coming in with an early challenge, looking to make some offensive pressure here for DNMK. Popping back and forth Yopego, those two always working well together, and I like him having to pop it up high to keep off this pressure, but never that into an opportunity for himself.
We better have a brilliant gold explosion on Wee Casper, otherwise that's going to be an opportunity well and truly missed for this 3. We'll see if he manages to get a goal, as his team on majority of the offense. Here he is in the corner as well, gets over one, looking for the bump, finds it, but there's no teammate to follow up. Pego eventually there, but it goes over the crossbar as it wasn't quite quick enough, and then the shot had far too much power. But very early on, some good offensive ideas coming out from DNMK already, and Digital Devils feeling that pressure.
Yeah, one big thing about DNMK is that they've got a lot of creativity in their plays. We Casper playing out of the corners, normally very, very good. Defunct, a very aggressive player. And so it's going to be up to the Digital Devils to try and maintain possession around their goals, not just try and wait on the goal line for this ball. If they're doing that, they're way too late. And so far, so good. Actually looking really strong, managing to basically deny everything 0, always looking to push down to the other side of the field. And everyone from the Digital Devil side, very capable of taking shots. It flickers, it flashes, and it fires home. Original going to draw first blood.
6 shots for DNMK, no good, but Digital Devils, all they need is 1. I saw that ball get released or driven from Original's car, and I just thought, that just looks good. It just looked good. There was something about it. Straight off the crossbar. It didn't quite instantly find its way in, but it didn't take too long after a couple of bounces, and I don't think DNMK were ready for it at all. Evidently not, as they didn't get anyone on it to get it out and snatch themselves a lead out of nowhere. They're under pressure here, though, Devils. They need to get this one clear. There is a big save in the end, following a few bumps and players getting caught up on each other in the back of the net, but getting the save at the end of the day, despite the panic, is what's important. And here they are coming back on the offense with 2 demos as well and looking to do some more damage.
Yeah, that's actually incredible. They were under so much pressure there. Actual desperation saves coming out, Original being the recipient of that second one. But so quickly turn onto the offense and looking powerful. Controlling this area 0, threatening the backboard read. Original and like him sitting very content to just keep this 1 goal lead and then turn on the pace when they get the chance. Always looking for a 50 for a demo. Original just doing some goaltending, shadowing the defender out. Defunct trying to make something happen, and Yopego is going to have to try to set Wee Casper up for something. But no opportunities yet. It seems like, again, Devils back onto the attack.
Zero nearly sneaking that one in as well. It was a difficult angle, but it was still finding its way into the net, if not for a save, and Defunct turned it into his own goal. We saw a side flip disaster in the last series, and it looks like we've seen another one here. DNMK started strong, but defensively crumbling and breaking down already.
And I think it just comes to how quickly the Devils are being able to release that pressure from their own side. You know, DNMK had 2 good attacks there. They got the people together. Wee Casper was sitting in the center. The pop was there. And yet Devils are looking potent every time they come forwards. There's a real goal opportunity. Even when they're on defense, they can start putting the balls along and building it for themselves. And this could actually be a big opportunity here. Yopego cutting across the goals, just constantly quickly counted in the air by this Devil side.
And I think a lot we talk about, you know, how important offense is or how important defense is, but I think more than ever, transition might be important. Defunct can't turn it in before Eliakim gets back, who was very quickly to switch onto the situation. All three players in the corner for Digital Devils, and that is going to spell disaster if they don't get this one clear pretty quickly. Another shot from Yopego looking off the bar, but the follow-up touch is magnificent to get it away. And yeah, I think Digital Devils phenomenal on that transition play, getting between the offense and the defense quickly, and right now DNMK have struggled to adapt to that, and I think that's why we've got the 2-goal lead in favor of the orange side at the moment.
Yeah, there is so much pressure coming out from DNMK right now, though. Devils turning that aggression on, putting it close there. And so far, DNMK, look, they've got control of this. They're not scrambling yet, but the pressure just seems to be growing a little bit more. DNMK wants to break out, wants to get it down to the other side of the field. Weak Asper gets a decent pinch. Yopego going to have to try to clear this out, just hesitating in the goal line, respecting Eliakim's dribbling ability. Now decides to go forward. Not the cleanest head, gives the space, the shot, the crossbar, the explosion. Original picks up a second one in this game for himself. And so far, every time Devils coming forwards, it's been a matter of time.
Yeah, you mentioned how important it is to be clinical, and Digital Devils doing absolutely that. We saw Ice Esports hitting the post constantly in the last series. We've got Digital Devils hitting the crossbar multiple times, but it going in their favor and seemingly wanting to be their friend to cause a little bit of an upset today. And so far, 3-0 in front, 39 seconds left. This is a great performance to say, you know, we didn't expect this much from them. 12 shots from DNMK, 7 of them have been saved, and you know this defense is just so structured right now from Digital Devils that DNMK just can't break it down, and they're under pressure again with the counter.
Yeah, 100%. I mentioned the fact that DNMK comes out with such creativity in their attacks, and they've tried over and over. They've put in such good attempts, and a couple of the saves from Devils have had to be fingertip saves, but they've been enough over and over. 3 goals to nothing. And it seems like Digital Devils content to go, what else have you got in the tank?
I love this confidence coming out from Digital Devils. They don't want to concede here right at the end, and they make this save as well. Original gets across and turns that one away after what was a titanic defensive performance from him. 3 epic saves. But I want to talk about Eliakim on the offense as well, consistently slowing the ball down. And you mentioned, you know, DNMK being a little bit scared of his dribbling ability and perhaps being a bit cautious of that, but consistently slowing the ball down in the corner, it just caught DNMK out and it caused them a problem. They were so used to playing at pace that as soon as it got slowed down, they were in trouble. They didn't know where to go for the ball. The shot got away and they conceded.
Yeah, 100%. At all times I've felt that DNMK was trying, but that Digital Devils had pretty good control over it. You know, it might have been really at the extent of their ability, forcing out big mechanical plays, but there were good clears. There were constant breaks in this pressure. There were constant times to turn that opportunity against your opponents. Maybe they've had to overextend because they're pushing so hard against you that it leaves them open for that counterattack opportunity. And that is where DNMK just need to step it up now. They need to take that into their own back pocket. Maybe just 1 or 2 goals to give them their confidence. One of the many tricks that they're trying has got to pay off eventually. They're taking so many shots. Just got to find the back of the net. And 1 game down, first game doesn't decide a series. I leave that unless maybe it's a best of 3. But yeah, best of 5. There's still time.
Yeah, there's definitely still time. It's going to be important, though, for the Mighty Say to get a goal as well, because 13 shots without a goal is difficult. And I think Digital Devils just using the emphasis of the best defense is a good offense. And if the other team doesn't score, eventually you might. And that's what's worked for them perfectly. They didn't need that many chances and took them pretty much every time. So they've got to be very happy with that. But DNMK will probably switch up their strategy, and to try and keep consistent clean sheet throughout a series is an incredibly difficult thing to do. So all pressure on Digital Devils now, I think, to really kind of pull that same performance out again, where, you know, they might be lacking because it's against a very good team.
Yep, 100%. You don't necessarily have to keep the clean sheet. I mean, that, like you say, is going to be a very order against a team as aggressive as DNMK. But they've also shown that they can put some goals in themselves, which is nice. It wasn't just a 1-0 with the desperate, you know, so many saves to keep you on the board. They put in a couple of good shots, and Eliakim getting a pass towards the center. Original coming through there. Good defense coming out from DNMK. Did take a double commit, and it might count against them now as the resources start to dwindle. Yopego floundering on the goal line, but does enough to give Weak Asper the time to clear it out on the side. Still, DNMK want to get their first real attempt. Yopego slows it down, tries to bait out, but Eliakim's challenge is good enough to put Devils back on the attack.
Picks it up in the corner before quickly losing possession to Birthday Boy, who's going to find Defunct down the far end as well, but quickly getting cent back the other way. Zero cutting across the field. I think he didn't realise Eliakim was there, but regardless, makes the call before the double commit, and it should allow him to turn in as well and win this ball. Does so. Got to beat that front post though, and Yopego first to it once again. Original still got the ball in a decent position, steals the boost on his way out and gets a bump in front of the goal, but it's not quite enough as his teammates have dropped back. And a bit of a different opening game. We're not seeing quite as many shots compared to what we saw in the previous one. Maybe DNMK will get a good chance here, and that's good defending by Eliakim as well there to get that one clear.
Yeah, 100%. It's like you say, it's come down to the generalized area control more than the direct hammering at the goal line. You know, that control of the boost that you talked about, the bump. I'm sure Jota is going to be very, very happy with that at this stage, because it's been about the technical, strategic elements approaching the goals more than the hammering at the goals. And now the team's maybe worried that they're not picking up anything just yet, that their plans aren't working out quite as well, and some desperation might come in here. Cheeky little plays trying to be played. Original tries to get it out there. Defunct meets Zero in the center. Bounces up high, and Eliakim taking this slowly without much boost isn't going to go too far. Yet it still stalls out in the center. Not many shots to each team.
That's impressive from Zero there to get a touch off the wall and still manage to win that despite under all pressure from two players, but didn't have a teammate in the midfield, unfortunately, because it could have been a great opportunity. And again, you see it flying across, and Digital Devils have had a lot of good chances now coming their way. They've only managed to turn one shot onto target, but they are keeping consistent pressure up, which is something we didn't see in the last game. It was very much counter-attacking strategy, and perhaps that's why we've still got a 0-0 game, because it's just much more evenly balanced between the two halves. Here comes Defunct. They're trying to get a fake. Doesn't pull it off. There is a demo in the middle from Eliakim as well. A defensive demo helps them secure the back end. And only 2 minutes left, Ultrism. It's a very tight game right now.
I like the way both teams are playing right now. It's go for the 50. Just hang around, create a nuisance. You don't have to push as hard as you can at every moment, because that's how you're going to break. It's poke forwards. Get a couple of good chances your way. Eliakim for Zero. That's what I mean. Little touches. 1-2. Eliakim pops it up for himself. Realizes it's not good enough. Can't get the angle, but creates enough space for Zero to sink it home. It took 3.5 minutes. But still, we have Devils taking the lead.
It's a good goal to break the deadlock there. That pass, phenomenal from Eliakim. Gets up, manages to get the spin, recover and find it into the midfield, straight into the path of Zero. And they'll be happy with that, continuing the momentum now with goals unanswered. And DNMK on their way to 2 games without a goal, which is a very, very big statement for them, considering how good defensive that they are and how many shots they turn on. They're under pressure again. The pass so good. But the bar's still shaking. Ultrism couldn't find its way in.
Man, that was even a really good shot attempt. That wasn't just completely messed us up. It was just fractions outside the goal there and completely unsavable. Would have put Devils up 2-0. But turned aside, still hope. DNMK looking for a counter-attack opportunity in this last minute. This is what they want. It's going to come through finally. Everyone from DNMK having to get involved. But we, Casper, coming through with this consistent wave after wave, is there with no more defenders.
No balloons for Casper, sorry. I'm sure he's having a party regardless. The fact they finally got on the score sheet, a very important time to score as well in the last minute. I think they certainly perhaps deserve something from this game. I think Digital Devils got a nice goal, but there wasn't, incredible amount to separate the two teams after that. So perhaps overtime is fitting, but can DNMK win away? Now they've got a goal. They might concede. It's in front of net. Eliakim just takes charge of the situation.
Man, Casper had a good opportunity to go up, but both Defunct and Yopego kind of pushed that midfield, just going, Casper, hit one of us. We can turn the counterattack on now, but Casper didn't manage to get good enough of a touch to get it towards that center, and it leaves the backline open. Yopego realizes it half a second too late, turns around, but can't get back, and the touch, the follow-up, it was all there. And where DNMK had to work for, 9 minutes to get a goal, it's turned aside in seconds, and nearly a game here.
14 seconds. Casper needs to win it. He needs a teammate as well. He can't find the bump on Eliakim. Defunct can. but he needs someone in support, and Yopego is all the way downfield, does get it over Zero, straight into the path of Eliakim again, who will just want to hit it into the floor, but Yopego keeps it alive for now. Casper's pinch heading towards the floor with Original collected once again.
Okay.
The dribble pops up, but Zero not having it, takes control, Altruism, shuts it down, gives Digital Devils back-to-back wins in the game over DNMK.
Man, there wouldn't have been a more DNMK thing to do than for Yopego to catch it at 0 momentum and then manage to dribble flick it over the last defender in the dying seconds. That would have been exciting to see, but so far, the mechanics, the prowess, the skill from DNMK hammering at the door time and time again, this time coming out with again 8 shots. Out shooting their opponents, but just not finding the back of the net. I mean, Jota throwing the stats up there, that's Digital Devils in these games has spent more time in their own third than DNMK, but just managed to, when they get to the other side of the field, hammer it home.
Yeah, I love the demos coming out from Digital Devils as well. A really nice addition to kind of disrupt DNMK and what they were doing. And I think DNMK are going to be pretty frustrated right now. You know, they're expecting to be the favourite team coming into this. They're expecting to score plenty of goals, and yet they've got 1 goal in 2 games, and they're being bumped, they're being disrupted, they're being caught on the counter-attack, and now they've got a huge task of trying to get a reverse sweep, and I have to say I'm a little bit smug about that, given the Death's prediction.
You're allowed to be smug. You're smug when you go 1v3. That's when you hold your head up high, but it is not yet midnight, my friend. The Cinderella story maybe not over just yet. DNMK going to have a long way to go from there, as Jota puts it. Spicy 4.8% shot conversions. That's not really the numbers you want to be looking at, and I think Stats Corner, numbers don't lie for them, and so probably lots to say at that stage. And the important numbers right now is the 2-0, and the fact that DNMK is going to have to pull off a reverse sweep in the second game of the day to stay in the upper bracket.
Yeah, consistent link-up play, and it doesn't seem to be any different here. Digital Devils coming out with a nice passing play, didn't find themselves into a goal. Zero's shot went wide of the target, but continuing in the same fashion as Defunct gets the first shot for DNMK as well, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more to come, and for their sake, let's see a few more hit the back of the net, shall we? Yopego's missing that one, but it might set up Defunct, who's also missed it.
No.
Casper puts it off the post, and that has somehow found its way in.
Okay, I like this. The pass across, wee Casper, slowing it down, actually going right where close post for Original. Bings in off the uprights and gets the goal in. But it's been a completely different game style change here from DNMK. They are playing so much slower, so much more reservedly. They're waiting to see what Digital Devils has at their disposal, going, alright, we recognize you have consistently good positioning, but it's not impervious. We're going to take it slower. And so far getting dunked, but one little slow play here or there turned around and gave DNMK maybe the start they needed.
A different strategy worked, didn't it? It was so unpredictable. I don't think first whiff, maybe we could expect it. Perhaps it was a fake on purpose, but then another one straight after is just not what you expect to have a third player at the back post. Original shot curling in. Yopego recovers it. Zero with a follow-up. It's the goal line. Defunct with a save. Eliakim can't turn it in either. And Digital Devils still not found the back of the net. Bar's still shaking again as Zero gets denied once more.
What? What was that? How many more shots was that? And just fingertip saves again. I don't know how much of that DNMK was planning, how much they were comfortable with, but at the end of the day, the scoreline still reflects 1-0 here. DNMK going to be happy with that. Going to have to face up against another one. In fact, Eliakim kind of baits it out here. Defunct's got some boost. He's got some space. Gets up the wall. Gets a decent touch, but not decent enough for a shot there. And not soft enough for the pass. Now Yopego trying to get involved, stop the counterattack. Zero gives away possession quite easily. Original going to have to do some work. Does get it up. Zero also bumping on the way back. Kind of turns it into a midfield clash. And Casper versus Eliakim. Eliakim sends it straight up. Demo comes out. And DNMK may have another opportunity to get a second goal here. Oh, the redirect. Touch. Casper? Casper? Oh.
Good opportunity. They still need to get back as well. Eliakim, the only one there. Defunct got bumped on the front post. The shot comes across, and Eliakim is there in the end to do the duty. I was just going to say, Eliakim's been lacking in ball touches. Other than that save, we've seen an odd touch in midfield as Zero might have a shot away as well. All three Digital Devils players coming forward. But Eliakim's been definitely missing from the ball in this game compared to the previous 2 games. And really, when he's on the ball, they look dangerous. And perhaps I need to find him a little bit more often because he looks comfortable right now. And the other 2 have been so strong defensively, but I like him as bringing that magic in the offense. And they need to get him consistently on possession as he's constantly defending here to pop it upfield to the other 2. As Zero loses the ball to Casper once again.
Yeah, I like him. Strength is not in the one touch, just try and make it clear plays. It's the give the guy some space, let him flex. He's got his air dribbles down. He's got that ability to pop out the flip resets and the musties. Give the guy a chance. But to do that, you have to have your rotations right, and you have to make the good, important clears that give him the chance to pick up a loose ball somewhere. If you constantly bring the pressure, as DNMK is, it doesn't make it easy for him to find any space.
Does feel a little bit at the moment like DNMK are just going to cruise to a 1-0 win if they try and keep it out. The caster's curses. Zero poaches that straight in at the near post, and DNMK caught napping.
Oh, this touch from Eliakim. I think Yopego didn't realize it would bounce and kill time so quickly. Maybe looking to, or didn't realize that I think the Devils player Zero was charging up so quickly. Thought he had more time on that and just kind of lets it get taken from in front of him. DNMK holding on for a long time. Yopego looking to return the favor. Defunct is going to be there. Suddenly, DNMK waking back up after being caught on the back foot is straight back into the attack, and it works. The 1-2 plays coming out completely out of reach of the Digital Devils.
Yeah, nice link up there. I think defensively, Digital Devils struggled a little bit to keep up with the pace of that straight off the kickoff. It caught them off guard. Nobody really back in time and fully prepared on a corner with boost, and as a result, it's caught them out and put them back behind with just over a minute to go. They're going to need another goal. But you know what? The last goal, they pulled it out of nothing, and this team does seem to have a little bit of just that extra special something when going forward when it's required. And so I can see them getting another goal here. They just need one chance as Yopego and Defunct both look, but Defunct deals with the pressure before giving the ball away. Here's Eliakim's pass into the midfield, and Casper is required. Does very nicely to control the ball and get it clear.
Yeah. For me, DNMK as a team has always been a team that... Ooh, close moment there. Has always been a team that's been able to rally, has incredible individual skill, and can fight tenaciously when they're put under pressure. But sometimes takes it upon themselves a little bit too much, and then you end up with the double commits. You end up with the, we're so quickly trying to react to everything that 2 people are trying to do the same job at the same time because they realize how important that job is. And here we see the overlap coming out. Devils just has to hang around, create an overlap. Eliakim with that pop across there. Original going up. I don't know if it was for the fake. I don't know if it was for the dunk. But Zero with the patience at the end of the day brings it back with 13 seconds left.
It's an unbelievable assist from Eliakim. That's what I was talking about. He saw Defunct jump in the corner, trying to pre-jump and predict that shot coming in. So he just takes his time, just dribbles it under him, beats him, and then flicks over the second man as well to put it on the goal line and leave all the pressure on the goalkeeper. And all they needed was Zero in there at the right moment to tap it over the goal line. They're under pressure here, though. They don't want to lose after scoring such a fantastic goal to level things up in the final few seconds. The ball's still not down. Zero's clearance should be enough. Can they get a counter goal? An original to the centre, but Defunct says no. We're going to overtime at 2-2, and all in the balance to keep it alive for DNMK.
Oh, Defunct even going for the cheeky play. That's the mentality that DNMK is in right now. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of thing. Yopego finding the pass across. Defunct getting bumped as he was trying to go up for that and pre-jump. Means he gets denied for now, but DNMK coming through with confidence, coming through with strategy and slyness to try to find something here. And it's up to Digital Devils to try and close it out before one of DNMK's plans work out. And what a fitting way to go for a start to a reverse sweep attempt than an overtime like this.
It's not happening, Ulsterism. That prediction is going to claim the desk as I announce my return to SSA with an incredible prediction. I don't want to see Greybeard laughing at me when the reverse sweep comes around in 10-15 minutes time, but we'll see. We've got this overtime to get through first, and DNMK, they need a goal because they don't want to go crashing out quite this fashion, to go down to the losers bracket getting swept in a game you expected to be winning is not what the doctor ordered. That pass downfield, they're not going to find anyone on the side of Digital Devils. Zero cuts it out, but Casper quickly there to follow up and back up his teammate as the ball's dropping with that clearance again from Eliakim is good. Can Original get a finish? Not quite. The ball a little bit too fast for him. But back and forth we go as just over a minute's gone. The shot on Defunct makes the save this time around. Original for the corner. Digital Devils take down DNMK in a clean sweep.
I must admit, I was not wanting to launch into any analysis because the pressure just felt like it was building. It was getting looser, big shots across the field. Eventually, Devils managed to pick up the loose ball into the left-hand corner, pop a couple of good passes back towards the center, finish it off, weave it back and forth through the DNMK lineup. And I gotta admit, my friend, you were right. 1v3 on the panel, and DNMK go down to the losers bracket in a 3-0 deficit. Well played to Digital Devils.
There was actually a comment in the chat as well, right before the series started, that said Eliakim's going to pop off in this one. He got 3 assists in that game 3 and just tore the defense of DNMK apart. And a sweep no one was expecting. I'll admit, I thought they'd win perhaps, but I didn't think it'd be in a sweep. Greybeard, what do you make of that crazy series that we just witnessed?
Wow. It's remarkable and fantastic to see DNMK coming back. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It was, will their crisis of confidence deepen? Will it become an issue? They clean swept in the first round and then sweeping DNMK in the second round. They continue in the upper bracket. Mr. Bepic, you did not think you'd see this.
No, I did not, especially not in sweeping fashion. Like, maybe Digital Devils wins it in 5 or something of that sort, but that was dominant. Like, color me surprised, because I had DNMK as the third best team in the region, I had Digital Devils as the 6th, and now I don't even know what to think. Apex and ATK, they're in Game 5 right now, so I'm a little less surprised about that, but are you kidding me? DNMK, where were you? We needed you right there.
Well, what I'm loving is that the mess in the middle just got a little bit more messy. Now we don't know. And you said it, Mr. Bepic, you don't know what to think. Stats Corner, tell us, what should we think?
Oh, it is difficult to clean up this mess, Greybeard, but we will do our best. One stat that I can definitely give you is the fact that we had Digital Devils assisting every single goal that they were able to score. So the team play was there for the win. But Joda, talk to us a little bit about what else was going on here. Yeah. Well, it was demos that was part of the story, but there is the shot taking as well, as Joda gets back to us here. I want to talk about DNMK specifically because they weren't finding the goals. They were getting all kinds of shots, but no goals. 4.76% shooting percentage in the first 2 games. Compared to about 41% to their opponents. So they were just having a difficult time actually getting those goals, Joda.
Hey, it's fine though. Don't worry. After game 3, they raised it to a massive 10% series average. Yeah, still about a third of what we normally expect from them coming out, and we can put part of that down to good defense from Digital Devils. But look, I think an element of it has to just be DNMK being out of their stride, and I'm willing to go out there, put my neck on the line, and say that I don't think this is going to be a regular thing. I think this is really just a one-off that they struggle to shoot, because we look at other departments, looking at things like boost, key metrics to see, and DNMK, they were toe-to-toe with mid-boost taken. Their pitch positioning was pretty standard where we expect from them. They spent less time on 0 boosts than Digital Devils. They had a higher average boost in the tank, and they were clearly doing okay in all those aspects. Really, it's just when it came down to it, the goals department, they were severely lacking, and Digital Devils finishing so well.
Yeah, finishing well indeed. A sweep against DNMK. I still can't believe it. Greybeard, hopefully you can put some more sense into this match. I'll send it back to you.
You know what's fabulous is the lack of sense, and that's ultimately what we all hope for as we sit here, because the first round made a lot of sense. You know, you look down, we had the one type game which we streamed here, but otherwise it was all lots of sense, all good order. You know, it made a lot of sense, fabulous stuff. But now the chaos begins, and it's a bit later than you might expect, because often that first round can be quite chaotic. But now, not just DNMK losing, and the other mini upset, I don't know, is Apex Gaming, ATK. ATK have taken down Apex. So Ultrazim, does it make sense? Is it clear? It doesn't. But how awesome is that?
Damn, do we actually have a score line on that game line? Because that's
not individual. It was 3-2. It went to a game 5, 3-2 to ATK.
That is exciting right now, because I think the best part about this game is I would have never put this money on the scoreline, this 3-0 sweep here between DNMK and Digital Devils. I wouldn't have put any amount of money on that. You could have been $1 and I would have been like, nah, I'd rather go buy like a taco or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do with dollars. But the fact that it came through was not the fact that DNMK let themselves down in any way. They came through with a hammering performance that will take down most other teams. And there's a reason they went 3-0 in the first game. I think they went 3-0, right? They're really looking strong. And the fact that Digital Devils was able to take the game, and pretty convincingly at the end of it, just shows that they have grown again to now start challenging the upper 3-4 positions kind of thing. And maybe Pirates for a game, at least a game kind of thing is what I'm hopeful for. Everyone is looking the strongest that they ever have, and I think this is going to be the deepest, the deepest pool of good South African or Sub-Saharan African Rocket League players that we could possibly want for the end of the season.
Yeah, and Astral, I think that we're wanting to finish out the season with a bit of everyone wants to finish strong. I mean, for the most part, everything's settled in terms of results and whatever, but everyone wants to come out and say, you know what, we put our best showing out there.
Yeah, and finishing with a bit of drama. You know, some of these teams, they do not want to go down the same way that they did the rest of the season, and that is quite clear as Digital Devils absolutely slaughtered their way through it. What a performance. I mean, I predicted them to win, but not like that. That was just phenomenal. And even looking over that ATK game, ATK blowing Apex away 5-1 on Champions Field in the final game. Another crazy stat that Apex just couldn't hang in game 5. So up and down the rest of tonight with the losers bracket going on, we could have some very good teams going out in the first round, which is very crazy to think about.
All right, well, tomorrow we'll see the return of an old rivalry, ATK up against Bravado Gaming. It feels like it's been 3 years since we saw those two match up, and it was a fairly regular occurrence during the early stages of this season. So that's tomorrow, but today our next matchup is we're going into the lower bracket. We're going to have Orient Aces up against Unity. Orient Aces, one of the newer teams. They've played they've been in all the regionals this split, hoping for a better showing here. And Unity, who've been up and down. They had to forfeit in the last regional, so hopefully they'll go out a lot higher. Both of them looking to move forward if they can on their last lives. We'll bring you that series after this break.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
right, now we head to the lower bracket, SSA Regional 3 Spring Split. The last, and I can't, every time I say that, it blows my mind that we are at the end of our first season in Rocket League. And I know Mr. Bepic and Alt, we went on and on about this in the podcast the other day about how, a year ago we didn't even think we'd be here, and here we are. And now we've got so many stories to tell that have come out. And one of the recurring stories through this season has been this next round. We spoke briefly, ATK up against Bravado Gaming in the next round. But then Orlando Pirates, Digital Devils. I mean, those are the two matchups we see again and again. And Digital Devils have tried to take, or they've taken one or two games, never overcome them. Is this their moment? Maybe, Mr. Bepic.
Oh, of course you'd ask me. You know I'm the boring one on the panel, Greybeard. I can't bet against the Pirates. Digital Devils, they surprised me with DNMK, but I'm sorry, DNMK, you're no Orlando Pirates. Digital Devils, they're only allotted one game whenever they play Pirates, so it's probably going to be another 4-1. I'm sorry, all you upset fans out there, but the Pirates are the Pirates, and I'm sure Snowy's hungry to take another regional.
Well, interestingly enough, though, I mean, okay, so Orlando Pirates haven't dropped a game. They've gone 3-0 and 3-0, but then so have Digital Devils. So, Alt, is that enough? I mean, I know I have this feeling that maybe with everything settled, this is the time that we could have upset, or am I just getting ahead of myself?
Why are you doing this to me, Greybeard? Because, I have two choices here. I have two choices. Go with the obvious, right? Orlando Pirates.
Yes.
Orlando Pirates is Orlando Pirates. I don't know if you guys have never seen something in SSA before, but here's the short version. Orlando Pirates wins. Bravado sometimes causes upset kind of thing. But that's the problem, is now you're setting me up for obviously it's the Orlando Pirates, and then we get something like the Bravado beginning of Winter Split, where Bravado came through and everyone went, oh, it's the Pirates. Oh, wait, what? So, all that, I don't believe. I'm 99 point lots of nines percent sure that Orlando Pirates take it, but you're setting me up for absolute failure. Thank you.
All right. Well, fair enough. But that's tomorrow's story, and we'll bring you that story as it unfolds tomorrow. Right now, before us is day one, which lies before us, and we're going to the lower bracket, Orient Aces Unity. And, I'm a little... I'd like either of the... I don't know where I stand with this, but I think let's take it to... I don't know if there's enough information for Stats Corner to give us a complete picture on what we should be thinking about these teams. But Pyro, see if you can at least lead us, point us in the right direction.
Well, Greybeard in the desk. We'll do absolutely the best that we can, as we always do. Orient Aces and Unity, they can't help but to get in this same situation again and again. Every regional in this split, they end up here in the lower bracket against each other. One did have to be an FF, but one of the other matches went to game number 5. So we're expecting a pretty close matchup here, Joda.
Yeah, we are, but one of the things that has to be considered is that when it's a close matchup, what matters more than ever is the performance on the day. And so far, Orient Aces, they are looking a lot better than Unity. They kept the scores close against Apex, which is no mean feat whatsoever. Apex been looking very hot, but ATK obliterated Unity. They outscored them 21-1 across this series, so they're going to need to find a big mental bounce back, aren't they?
Yeah, momentum gonna play a huge factor in this match, but maybe not too huge, Joda, because looking at the shot taking and the goal scoring of these teams, it is very low. In fact, Orient Aces and Unity together at the bottom of the goal scoring in this split for SSA. But hey, that means they like to keep things close. So if we see some wins by other squad tonight, it might just be out of 1 or 2 goals in the whole game.
Yeah, I think playing against a team that does not have the style that they're going to blow them out of the water helps them a lot. Coming in off of a blowout, playing against a team who are low scoring, it is a huge difference, because even if they lose a close game 1, it shouldn't mess with their mental too much. For me, the thing to highlight, the biggest worry for Unity is that of course, we're saying they need to not get blown out in game one. Adapts from Orient Aces is a very inconsistent play with pop-off potential. Against Nibble, in one series he had a 100-point game and then a 680-point game, and that potential to just put together nearly 700 points in one game, that could be something that if it strikes at the right time could completely dismantle Unity.
Could indeed. I'm looking forward to something like that, but maybe it will just end up being that low-scoring brawl to the very end of game number 5, Greybeard. It's back to you for the predictions.
All right. Well, okay. Before we go to the predictions on this game, I was just glancing over the rest of this lower bracket round 1, and it's kind of tough times here because Perry's Agents up against Espionage. Whoever wins that goes on to face Apex, which is a bit of a tough call. But I'm just going to quickly. Astral, for no good reason, I'm just going to start with you. A quick prediction: Perry's Agents, Team Espionage. Who takes that one?
Team Espionage, Greybeard.
All right, Ultrazim, Sun Moon Esports, Millennial Times Gaming. Who takes that one?
Very close, very hard to say. Maybe Millennial. I haven't seen Sun Moon at all, really. So they could, but Millennial's been looking good.
Mr. Bepic, Katsuni versus Evolved Gaming. Katsuni, a team we know pretty much nothing about. And I have to say, there was a comment to the podcast we did the other day, and I loved it was from Source, who said, we know we're going to get smacked around, but we're really looking forward to the learning opportunity. Are they going to get smacked around by Evolved Gaming?
I don't think they get smacked around. Evolve Gaming's been in that exact same spot the past 2 regionals, and they've gone 5 games, both times going 1-1 in game 5. So I'm thinking they take it, but it's going to be a good learning experience for Kitsune. Keep it close, but Evolve Gaming wins.
All right, and then tough matchups all round here for the next round, because we have whoever wins our next matchup gets to face Ice Esports, who've looked pretty good. Just got smacked around by Orlando Pirates, but I guess that's to be expected. DNMK waiting for the Evolved Kitsune winner. Nibble Esports waiting for Sun Moon Millennial Times Gaming. Apex waiting for Perry's Agents Team Esports. So this is quite, well, listen, for 4 of those teams, this is their last showing in RLCS for this season. Oh man, it's okay.
Stop.
All right,
stop, Greybeard. You're making my heart sore, man. Every time you bring up that this is the end, I'm just like, please, just no. Can you just enjoy what we have left and savor these last few moments?
Can we get a few rain buckets in here, please? Collect the tears.
But I start getting really hyped up, right? And you start getting excited about what's coming, and then you're like, oh my word, this is the last. Okay. Forget about that. We have lots of Rocket League happening, a jam-packed weekend of Rocket League. Let's look at what's right before us right now. Orient Aces versus Unity. And Alt, I'm going to come to you first, and I've spoken to you about this ad nauseum because they're a team I really wanted to see do better than they have. The VS Gaming high school champions from last year. But to be fair, I do think, there's tertiary stuff going on, university, and it is hard to kind of focus on that and Rocket League. But Orient Aces, Unity, what do you say, Ultrazim?
It comes down to the fact that this is the team of my heart. This is like my little passion project on the side there that I love to see, because you and I got to see them in that high school esports league final. These are young guys who are to play. They're literally gone, okay, we're the best at the school level. Let's see what we can do in the pro scene. And so basically every game that they get at the sort of very high level is really great for them. It's really great for the scene. It's really great for the growth. They can step up into the university leagues that are starting to develop. And so I just want to see them play as many really good games as possible against people that they can learn a lot from. And considering they've lost so much to stuff like load shedding, yeah, Unity, guys, bring your best game. We want to see what you look like up against really good teams. Prove us right. Or prove me right, at least.
All right, Unity for Ultrazim. And, the one player who doesn't, Jerome in the bath, gets all the attention for his cool name. But for me, my favorite has always been on Unity, Potato with a Gun. Astral, does Potato with a Gun and his gents overcome the Aces, or?
Well, Potatoes might go sinking in this one, Greybeard. I think I'm going to back the Aces. We only have one Game 5 to go off between these two, as the stats corner were talking about. And it did end 3-2 to Unity. It was actually a reverse sweep in favor of Unity, but Aces start the earlier, and I feel like, they've had some progression. They got the win last time with an FF, so if they can continue that fashion now, be happy about the FF win. They want to keep going and making progress, Greybeard, and I think the school kids won't quite be good enough for this one. I'm going with the Aces.
All right, Orion Aces for Astral, and Astral on a bit of a run there with the going against type back in the Digital Devils up against DNMK. So he'll be feeling rather sage-worthy at the moment. But so, Mr. Bepic, are you going to jump on that train, or come with the heart and the deep feelings with Ultrasm?
I'll make it snappy here, Greybeard. I have no idea. This is such a close matchup. Just give me a random one. Give me Orion Aces. I'll join Astral on the train, but I honestly have no clue what's going to happen.
All right, fine. Well, I'm going along with Ultrasm. I would like to see Unity progress. So once again, a split desk, and now we're going to go over to get this game underway. Now that we're a touch ahead of schedule, and I believe our casters, if I'm not correct, will be Ultras and Mr. Bepic.
Correct.
Over to you, boys.
That's a thumbs up, Greybeard. You got us right, Ult. This is going to be a fun one. We may not know exactly who's going to win, but that usually bodes well for an exciting series. Unity and Orion Aces both a lot to prove here, and I just want to see some good Rocket League.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Is I don't mind which team takes it at this stage. Which season, that individual points or something like that doesn't matter. How about these guys represent that third wave of players trying to move up in the scene? Right. The ones who are still having to come in through the open qualifiers, don't have a really established name in the scene yet. They're wanting to grow. They're wanting to get better. And so what better way to do it than come and play the best Rocket League that you have been training for so long to do this, finish the season off strong, and then take 4 months and go, what else can we do?
Yeah, I mean, with a developing region like SSA, you don't usually use the term bubble scene, but these are two bubble teams that are gaining valuable experience, and this kind of matchup against your fellow bubble team gets you a leg up on the competition, because when you win this series, when you beat the bubble squad, you get to play a higher up, like IC Sports, in the next round, and get even more experience than your counterpart that you just took down. So we'll see which squad gets that little bit more in their XP tank after this lower round one. But here we go, Ult. This is do or die time for these fellas. Off season or not, we'll see what happens.
I like what you say about the whole XP points. It's exactly what you say. Every one of the middle teams is trying to get their shot here and there against someone like Bravado or Orlando Pirates. These lower teams, these bubble teams, are trying to get their shot against the mid-level teams, and they've got to get past this. And so if you win a game like this against your rivals, you kind of take a step away from them, and that can really cascade into long-term growth. But we're in our first game, Unity versus Orion Aces, and Mr. Bepic, you thought Orion Aces has it. What do you think's really got it going for them, and what do you think it's going to take for Unity to beat?
Well, let me add the caveat that I said I don't know first. I think whichever team plays more consistently will be the team that takes it. We've seen early on here some awkward rotations, some awkward misses that have made things difficult for defenses to escape right there. The double commit, both two blue cars kind of 50 each other, but Orion Aces couldn't move up and capitalize on that. So if a team is able to stay consistent, clean up their rotations a bit, not allow stuff like that, then I think they have a leg up. But so far, neither team has really differentiated themselves in that regard, and this is just a pure chaos game one.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to come down to making opportunities from kind of risky players or important clears. The basic fundamentals, a good 50 here or there, is make a decent opportunity and then go for it kind of thing. Don't throw everything here. We're seeing a lot of cross-field pass, and a team that can make one of those sort of unforced errors happen and then follow it up, actually clinch those goals. We saw it in our first game of the day that teams not always cleaning up what small opportunities they get. If you can do that, that may be the differentiating factor here.
Most certainly. So far, Aces unable to capitalize on Unity's mistakes and vice versa. That's just a nice play, but the shot a bit high. Rebound got 3 to jump, but Orion Aces somehow still afloat. They're going to need more than just that last touch. Dap's able to move forward and contribute that extra touch out into the corner, but still no clearance yet. Still in the midst of the woods. Zeph to the center line. Declan wanted a second touch, but there was a blue car in the vicinity, and Technic Eagle finding a teammate's Unity sub helping out right there. But halfway point, no one's found the back of their opponent's net just yet. And we're kind of just hanging on to that game one play style of back and forth.
Yeah, and it's certainly not without intent. I mean, Unity already having 6 shots on the board, and this time it's going to be Orion Aces trying to put on some pressure. Wanting this. They're not just sitting back trying to feel each other out. They're going forwards with bumps, with demos, with good touches, dribble attempts. Unity sub, I'm not sure exactly who that is. Be interested to see if our admin department can find out exactly if that is actually a sub. I don't think they've got one. I think Nibble's the only other team, but so far so good for these two teams. Poke, prod, and just don't give away open goals to your opponents.
Well, Unity sub looking pretty good there, taking the ball down the field himself and almost had an opening. Here's an opening. It's Unity sub on the board first, and that must mean that Unity has scored first. Nice pop-up. Technic Eagle, a beautiful drop down, and the defense just was not prepared.
Yeah, I like that. It's kind of that extra +1 play. They got the 50, and then Technic Eagle found that so high in the air that they didn't overcommit. It wasn't their third man going for that really high pass that Technic Eagle did. It was the second person. We found a little bit of an opportunity. Let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. And then, you know, Unity sub just waiting there in the perfect position, picks it up, slots it home, and takes the opportunity that they created for themselves. Oh, under pressure here, though. Oof, good save.
It was a nice try from Declan. If he placed it a bit better, it was still a good save, but a little bit off target. And, it'll continue this offensive. Declan maybe a second try here up the side wall. Got plenty of boost in the tank, and a lane to the backside of the net, though. Unity sub still playing like a starter here. Big saves, big shots, big setups. He's doing work for his side, keeping them up by 1, and 2 jumping for that should lead to a clear. King Richard on the backside of that ball, placing it into the corner. A chance to shoot here. We'll elect to just use that back wall. Maybe a teammate coming in. It was Technic Eagle, but no shot. Declan covered it up, and Zeph collecting slow play right now. Lots of challenges. You need those consecutive 50 wins to really set yourself up for success here, as neither defense is really giving too big a gap to their opponent.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we were saying. You can poke and prod to see if an opportunity develops. Something like a good demo like this sets things up, but you can't dedicate your third man until you know you've got a really good opportunity on your hands, and both teams doing that well. Unfortunately, the time running out here for Orion Aces. Just 10 seconds left on the board. They've got to get a goal here. They're on the right side of the field looking for a pinch. This one pops out nicely. Zeph not wanting to go up for it. Leaves it for Declan, who has to keep it up. Gets one touch, but can't do more with it. Unity, with a single goal, managed to clinch the first game.
Well, Stats Corner was right about when they said that this is this is going to be a low-scoring affair. Unity and Orion Aces kind of demonstrating that. With the play was a little sloppy, but when they turned it on, and it was mostly Unity that found those good opportunities on the orange net, they found a way through the defense. And my mind goes back to the setup and then the finish by Unity sub, who we have gotten word is Jeff Ed. He's listed as the sub for Unity. I don't know why he's not going as Jeff here, but Unity sub, kind of a cool name. You don't see that all too often.
It's a clever way to do it, and certainly highlighting human highlights, apparently, by his tag as well as the best part. He's definitely a real human person. We can confirm this, apparently.
All right.
Called Jeff. But so far, Unity doing enough. You know, they kept themselves at the midfield. They didn't let any real big opportunities. Maybe 1 or 2 of those long passing plays or long 50s, a good clear here or there, from both teams could have led to a little bit more that they didn't follow up quickly enough. But that's a pretty common thing in SSAs. The counterattacks are not as clean as they should be, and so that window, that slight opportunity goes awry. Still, very close match, and I like to see that. I want to see them fighting with all that they've got to stay in this competition.
And I don't think we're going to have a good read on what this series is going to look like until this Game 2 is finished, because that looked like Game 1 jitters in an elimination match. And on both sides, I mean, Unity was the team that came out with the victory, but they look just as shaky as their counterparts. So once these teams start to settle in, we'll get a better read on what happens. Technic Eagle, though, a chance, wanted the bump onto Declan. Zeph helped out his teammate that was in a bit of peril, and the whole of Orion Ace is in a bit of peril here. They find it clear over the center line, and Unity will have to reset, but it is them with the majority of the control here to open up Game 2. They're kind of picking up where they left off after Game 1.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan for Unity is lots. Quantity over quality. They're going through every touch that they can that basically gets it towards the orange goal right now, and I like it. It works for them because they've got such good rotations, sometimes pushing a little bit far, maybe not picking the exact perfect opportunity to try and make an attack, but you know, trying things, always a good idea. Eventually something's going to pan out, and keeping the pressure, keeping the shots coming in, hits the backboard again. King Richard now looking to keep on this offensive, gets a nice touch. It's going to float just over the top at Unity sub, or Jeff is going to be there, gets a pop out, but Technic Eagle again with the patience to not come forward as the third man. May have left a little bit too much of a gap, but Jeff is there, cleans it up. Oh, again Jeff cleaning it, and Technic Eagle goes, right, we dealt with the problems on our defense. Let's keep going forward.
Certainly, that's always the best direction to go, forward. And both sides trying to do that. I suppose that's the premise of Rocket League. Both teams trying to move forward while the other tries to stop their progress and take it for their own. That's a shot forward. Adad setting up Declan, but the rebound a little bit off, and maybe Zeph stepping up too far. It's not going to be a quick punish kind of counterattack for Unity. Perhaps a missed opportunity there, or perhaps just biding their time. Technic Eagle missed contact, and Unity sub missed boost grab in the corner. He will get back in time, though. Enough momentum coming back in the rotation towards net to find that touch before an Orion Aces player was in the vicinity. But we stay 0-0 still, employing the narrative of these two teams being so low scoring that they just bide their time in the center third before they find something that sticks.
You know, one of the things I've always liked about Rocket League more than something like traditional soccer is that it tends to be not just 0-0 for 90 minutes, but I don't know. This may be the one exception to that rule. But, you know, it's not that both teams aren't trying. I mean, Orion Aces there was venomous. I think they've had the better shots so far in this. I think there's been more control for Unity, but that last attempt was really good. They're setting themselves up for something now. The demo is there, but is kind of prioritized when you got two people sitting on the goal line instead of maybe onto the backboard or something. The flow here, the 1-2 plays coming out though from Unity could set something up. It's high, it bounces. Zeph gonna try and make it clear. And for the first time, Unity looked to make an offensive opportunity.
Yeah, this is a real chance for Technic Eagle. And Unity didn't control the boost in the last game, despite taking it and out-shooting Orion Aces. Orion won the mid-boost battle, and so I'm interested if there are any stats about boost efficiency on the side of Orion Aces, because Unity, it felt like, had the majority of the control, maybe not a huge majority, but definitely a majority of the control of the ball, despite losing the boost battle, and that kind of feels the same here, with Unity putting more pressure on Orion Aces than it feels vice versa. Leading to opportunities like that where Technic Eagle just catches out the defense with a nice shot on target.
That was beautiful. It was just kind of speed of the read there. Just popped it up onto the wall and went with confidence very quickly in the air. Popped it over the retreating defensive. And it was that poke and prod. Just the whole of Unity kind of just working the ball up slowly and seeing where their opponent's weaknesses are. And there we see Technic Eagle. I would probably say from my limited exposure to this team is the most mechanically sound player on the team, but a really nice control of tempo there to take the shot and put the pressure when it was needed, and now it goes back to control of the game in general.
Whoa, Zeph, got to be a little bit more careful than that. Almost caught out there, but he was able to turn back just in the nick of time to find that save. Orion Aces, though, on the wrong side of the field, and that ball in the wrong net if we are to see an overtime, or essentially guarantee an overtime with how low scoring these two teams are. Oh, but a 2-0 lead for Unity, the first multi-goal lead we've seen this series.
I think Aces hasn't had enough opportunities at the goal at this stage. It just comes down to the fact that Unity has had control most of the time. And these sort of plays are good. Get the demo, get a start towards your play, but look how quickly the counterattack comes. Unity back down to the other side of the field. Zeph kind of having to work it, doesn't even clear it out, just gets it across the goal lines, and now it comes down to Orion Aces having to work all the way from the back against a very aggressive Unity side.
Ooh, that's open. Adap's not going to shoot it, electing to put it off to the side. I think that's probably the wiser play, but Declan wasn't able to read what King Richard was doing, so no possession given to Orion Aces. Adaps some boost, takes it to the sidewall where he can control it a bit better, puts that on net, but Technic Eagle, though his back was turned to the play, still was able to reverse into it and pop it up. Unity doing a good job stalling for time, keeping the ball still and in the air. Technic Eagle to ground it. It is kept up by Adapt, but not under his control, and the ball just kind of floating towards the ground. A couple commit from Unity's side. Doesn't matter, though. They are able to take this game to the ground and take another one, shutting out Orion Aces another time in a row. So that's 3 straight goals unanswered. Orion Aces just haven't quite sorted out their offense.
That's the thing, is there were 2 shots from Orion Aces here versus the 7 from Unity. It really was a case of quantity over quality. 1 out this time. Orion Aces had 2 quality attempts, but they were both turned aside. Well, one of them was a save, one of them just kind of clanged off the side post, I think. But, you know, that's not enough opportunities. When you've already taken 2 goals down yourself, only having 2 shots means that the best you could have done would have been to tie there, kind of thing. And it's a place where Orion Aces needs to take this time to analyze, are they being too passive? Are they not going forward enough? Are they trying to react to plays? Or are they just needing to clear the ball a little bit better from their own back line?
Yeah, it starts with those clears, and it's the follow-up, I think, is the most important. Like, they are finding clears sometimes, but then it's immediately placed back in their own end, and they aren't able to get much off of it, especially in the shot category. Just having 2, they're going in the wrong direction, while Unity is staying, well, not really stagnant. They did have the same number of shots, but they put in an extra one there, and I think controlled the ball even better this time around. So Orion Aces, they've now lost 5 straight games to Unity, and that kind of wears on your mentality as you got reverse swept by them in Regional 1, and now you're on the precipice of getting perfect swept by them in Regional 3. This is not a good position for Orion Aces to be in, and this is where they need to show a little bit of that RLCS experience and adapt to what Unity's doing against them.
Yeah, there's no time but now. This is your last attempt. You're 2 games down. You're about to get knocked out of the tournament. Bring up whatever strategies you think you need to do. You know, you've got to make a decision at some stage and then go for it. Whether it works or not doesn't mean it wasn't a good strategy. At this stage, I think just a lot of credit has to be given to Unity. I was very impressed when I saw them in the high school league. I've been impressed with what we have gotten to see out of them in the RLCS and putting on a very strong showing today. You know, the mechanics are pretty good. Very few common mistakes, still a pretty good game plan in terms of how to keep the ball out or how to rotate around the field, and a really strong contender for a future team of greatness.
I'm with you. The foundation is there for this Unity team. I think they just need to grind a bit during the offseason, get that chemistry completely perfected, and we could really see them as a contender. You're right, next season. But right now, they got to focus on Orion Aces. And a minute in, they've been going a bit more back and forth with them than we've seen previously in this series, where it was Unity out of the gates that had that pressure, kind of like this, but instead of Zeph controlling it, it was a Unity player right there ready to snap it up and turn it into maybe a shot on target or some kind of setup. Instead, Orion Aces, a chance to score their first here, but stopped by the defense. Oh, right back to it. Zeph looking for that near post. Now Declan the same. He spins out, though, is unable to control it, and that will stop that offensive for AA.
Yeah, I feel like these offenses from AA are just not long enough. They're not managing to maintain that pressure, and now going to take that counter-attack. King Richard getting the African bouncer, as Greybeard calls it, and a fitting term, high over the top, almost impossible to read, and just low enough to get under the crossbar. But yeah, this is the thing, is when Unity goes on the attack, sustained effort, time again to get into the back of the net, Orion Aces have what looks to be one amazing opportunity and then maybe a little bit of a follow-up, or not the perfect follow-up, and instead they put on the back foot yet again.
King Richard out to the side. He'll leave it for Unity. No, he'll go forward himself. But Zeph right there used that time to move forward quickly and perhaps set up Orion Aces. But once more, that ball enters the blue end and is immediately cleared by the Unity defense. Now all the way to the back wall of Orion Aces. The read just isn't there from AA. They need to figure out how to take the ball away from players like Unity Sub, or aka Jeff, when he's moving down the field with pace like that. The first challenge goes awry, and it's not setting up the second challenge very nicely. So, Orion Aces in their midfield game, perhaps their downfall at the moment, but that miss could be capitalized on. ADEP's the second to get out there, finds the demo, and the clearance, once more, not yielding anything. Unity maintaining this one goal lead nicely.
Yeah, straight back into this orange. Now technically we're going to respawn, and a little bit of miscommunication there, but again, Unity Sub just taking the time. Look at the patience coming out. They've been too patient. Good touch there, but Technic Eagle coming backwards. Zeph trying to put this in. It all comes down to that midfield, though. Even this has not looked like the most potent attack when finally the side of Orion Aces is able to get down to the side. They've still got a minute 48, but they've got to start clearing it out. I mean, look at the stats that Joda's throwing at us. Adaps has been spending 62% of the time in his third, whereas King Richard has been spending the same amount of time in their opponent's side of the field. You know, that's the difference. Is, you know, the mid boost is completely going the way of Unity, getting 24 versus 17. It's just cycle after cycle, setting up pressure like they're doing right now, until eventually something cracks, or at least burn down the clock. You got the 1-goal lead.
Tight there. I like the pinch setup. A little creativity from Unity in the offensive end. It also wastes time just putting pressure on the Orion Aces defense. Speaking of, Declan under pressure, make a backflip save there. Unity keeping up possession, though, hounding that back line of Orion Aces, and despite all this, Orion Aces doing a good job keeping this game manageable. They're just down a goal in the final minute, and yes, they have yet to score in this series, but there's always a chance in Rocket League for a weird thing to happen that allows you to put the ball in. I don't know what needs to happen for Orion Aces, but something could happen here. Get us to an overtime. They take it there, and then we're off to the races. Oh, but final 30 seconds, the death timer ticking down for AA, and they need to find something soon. Instead, the ball in their own net, and that's just no good.
Man, for the last minute I watched Orion Aces just kind of like poke and prod out of their own side. It was kind of like watching a clownfish go out and in, and I mean they're white and red, so white and orange, so it kind of was fitting. But they just, whenever they got a touch on the ball, they couldn't do anything with it until eventually Unity comes back, and that final pin on their side of the field, getting that second shot in, clinches it out here. And Orion Aces, a team that is looking good, has the ability to do stuff, just was never given the time to try and make anything happen, as Unity, the school kids are here to prove themselves men.
With a perfect sweep of Orion Aces, no less. That is how you distinguish yourself from a fellow lower-seeded team. You perfect sweep them. Show everyone on stream that you are just a cut above your opponents there. And now, speaking of cut above, they get Ice Esports next. That's going to be a difficult matchup for Unity, but they should have all the confidence in the world after that showing against Orion Aces. I liked what I saw from the boys in blue. Graybeard, what are you thinking?
To their next round matchup against Ice. Out of all the lower round twos, that for me has the most potential for upset. So I think that's going to be a pretty keen one to have a look. Although maybe Nibble, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, but very pleased
So much
for
good Rocket
Unity.
League.
Nice work, fairly clinical in how they went about their business. So Astral, a fairly. It seemed like a good day at the office. They went in there, did what they had to do, went through their paces, got the wins.
Not the most exciting games, but that doesn't matter, does it? I think especially when you're in the lower bracket in a situation where you can't afford to lose, they just cruised to a win. There was nothing flashy, didn't put themselves under too much pressure either, just played good, solid Rocket League and just overcame their opponents that way through doing the basics right. And I think a really important showing, especially for them to kind of build a foundation on now, like you say, to potentially upset Ice. Could that come to fruition? Who knows? Ice did look not too bad earlier on, but they've put themselves in a good position and a good win overall.
All right. Well, was it good, solid Rocket League? Pyro, Jota, in Stats Corner, how did this one pan out?
Was it good, solid Rocket League is the question. I would say so, and due to Jota's brilliance, we know that this was the first perfect sweep in the spring split of SSA. So absolutely wonderful, Jota. Let's talk about more about how that came to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect answer for Unity. We said it was going to be low scoring. It certainly was. I think we were sort of expecting it to be low scoring for both teams evenly rather than all of the low-scoring games going in favour of Unity, but they did that primarily just by limiting shots. They gave so few to Orion Aces. Across the first 2 games, they only took 7 shots and didn't get much better after that, to be honest. Orion Aces picking up lots of demos, but because Unity had such good pitch control, so much boost, it meant that once they were in that rhythm, knocking out some of the players was not going to be enough to put them out of rhythm. Really easily able to just get the players back into rotation, keep things going, and they didn't look like a team who was having 4 or 5 players removed from the pitch per game, did they, Pyro?
Not quite, right? Limiting the shot taking, and though getting demoed as much as they did, Orion Aces, the one thing they struggle with is actually capitalizing on those moments and scoring goals. Jota, we also had the Unity sub, otherwise known as Jeff, playing in that game, played, from what we can tell, pretty well in that match.
Yeah, pretty well. Almost an understatement. He was the highest scorer of points per game. Okay, points doesn't mean everything, but 40% shot conversion absolutely does mean something. Joint most goals in the lobby. 1.67 saves per game too. He didn't really get lots of assists, which is maybe what you expect from someone who isn't in the loop for the teamwork with them. That's potential weakness from going forwards, but individually he played brilliantly.
Wonderful showing from your Unity sub, Jeff, and Unity all together. What a match that was. Greybeard, back to you.
All right. Well, they certainly did the job they had to be doing in the lower bracket, round 1. So they will move forward. And then Alt, you picked Ice for their upper bracket clash against Espionage. How do you feel about Unity's chances against Ice?
Well, that's the weird thing, right? Is I picked Ice and they lost 3-0, and now I picked Unity and they won 3-0. And so at the beginning of the day, I would have said Ice would probably have taken this game, but Unity looked really strong. Ice looked pretty weak, like not weak, but just not up to what they really needed to do on the day against a team like Espionage. And so kind of where Espionage and Unity are similar levels of threat, Unity on a good day could have a very good showing in our next round.
To be fair, Ice did get their 3-0 at the hands of Orlando Pirates, which is happening to most on any day. But this, to me, Astral looks like Unity's best chance in terms of the draw they've got now.
Yeah.
If you look at everybody else that's in lower round 2, this looks like their best shot of moving to day 2 for the first time.
Yeah, they definitely didn't want Apex, did they? And they didn't want DNMK. Although, having said that, DNMK, of course, underperformed against Digital Devils. But I think you would still expect them to be probably the best, if not the second best team in this lower round. So avoiding those 2 teams, I think, is key for Unity, who seem to find themselves in that exact same spot right at the bottom of the bracket. But Ice Esports, it's doable. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. But we're all about the upsets, aren't we, in this final regional? And so if they pull that off, then, well, tip the hat to them. It'll be a very interesting one to see them go a lot further.
Well, listen, if they did pull it off, then we're likely to see them go up against DNMK tomorrow in the next round. But that would be a wonderful finish for them if they could finish the season getting to day 2. And Mr. Bepic, do you see them making that? It's a tough one, but how? Okay, is it possible? And then if yes, how possible?
Okay, it's possible. I'll give it like a 20% chance, maybe. That might be generous because Ice did get swept by Pirates, yes, but they took them to overtime in Game 2. Then Game 3 was a 1-goal game, and I think that's a fair showing against Pirates, considering they're coming off of a regional loss, and I'm sure they want to win this regional by a wide margin. So I think Ice, despite their sweeping, still looked good, and beating Espionage also a good notch in the belt for this regional. So Unity, they showed some real glimmers of positivity in that last series, but I feel like there were too many mistakes there that Ice is going to be all over that Orion Aces wasn't. So Unity, if they clean up their rotations, if they clean up the mistakes, then maybe I'll increase the 20% to a 30 or a 40%. But until then, I'm keeping it at a decently low percentage.
So you're saying there's a chance, and I love that you say that. So after they play this series, if they do really well and improve their mistakes, then you'll give them a higher chance of winning a series they may well have just lost.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, fine. Well, so there's one more round of Rocket League. Before we come to a close of day 1 of this 3rd regional, and it is the teams waiting in the lower bracket are Apex Gaming, Nibble Esports, DNMK, and Ice Esports, who are taking on Unity, as we know. And I don't think we have complete results for the others just yet. Looking at the bracket here, we have Evolved Gaming are 2-0 up against Katsuni, so probably Evolved Gaming DNMK, and then Perry's Agents 1-0 against Team Espionage, which is bit of a surprise there. We'll see how that pans, but the game we're going to bring you after the break is going to be Nibble Esports. Worth saying, playing without Christian W today. They have Lion playing in as their sub, and they're going to be playing the winner of Sun Moon Esports, the other Reunion Island team. I say the Reunion Island team, and Millennial Times Gaming. Whoever wins that, and it's 1-0 to Millennial Times for now. At least that's what I'm seeing on Liquipedia. But we will have that result, but it will be up against Nibble Esports in the final matchup of the day, lower bracket, round 2, coming up after this break.
What's happening?
Supportive and most wholesome, actually. They're just like, Blake, smile for us. Hi, Blake, smile, please. Big smile, Blake. Let's go, Blake. Let's go. He smiled. Yes, he smiled. Let's go. You're my hero. You smile again. He smiled, everyone. Blake, dab for us. Connor, smile for me, please. Connor, smile.
We got it from all of us.
since I fell in love. But after last time, don't wanna mess things up. You're so beautiful, and I can't deny. My heart is always with you, my head's always stuck in time. Love, let me go, cause I've been holding on for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong, now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape, can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on. I don't wanna feel the same, so love, just let me go. Guess I didn't know it would end this way. One drink too much and I could see your face. Why did I let you go? How could I let you leave? Will I ever see you? And do you think of me? Love, let me go, cause I've been holding up for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong, now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape, can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on. I don't wanna feel the same, so love, just let me go.
I don't wanna see you, I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you, you don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you, I just wanna be fine. I've been waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight, I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you, I don't wanna fear you tonight. You don't wanna know me, you just wanna make sure you're right. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna feel you tonight. Got me. Got me.
And here we are, the last series of the day, and we're all smiling. We're all smiling. Yeah, so no massive, I mean, all the teams we would expect to be doing what they're doing are kind of there. The only questions with Digital Devils, Apex Gaming, DNMK, ATK, that area is definitely uncertain and will have to be decided tomorrow. But before us, we have ICE Esports. No, I beg your pardon. Nibble Esports up against Millennial Times Gaming and Ultrasm. So they're going to be happy moving forward. But up against Sun Moon Esports, a little bit of hard work for them. 3-2, they had to work for it.
Yeah, Millennial Times Gaming has a lot of very good players. You know, Hamburger, Scepter, and Olympic on their own have been around the scene for a while, changing between teams a bunch. But them coming together so far hasn't paid off to its full potential. That's what I like to describe this team as. It's a team with full potential. When those three players start clicking together, you know, Hamburger astounded people at the Intel World Open when he played. But since then, it's kind of been quiet. He used to play with JW and JTW. Those guys have kind of interspersed. And that's kind of what SSA is all about right now. People shifting around, letting everything settle, and then finding a team that they can train with. And so future times ahead for Millennial Times Gaming. But as for today, I don't know how much they've got against a really strong-looking Nibble squad.
All right, well, let's take a rapid tour through Stats Corner to get the numbers on these two teams, and then all of us here will give our last predictions of the day.
All right, rapid as that transition, let's get to it. We opened the history books and we found that these teams have played each other. Nibble did defeat MTG in closed qualifiers most recently. But Joda, when you dive into the details, what do we got going on in this match?
Yeah, if you want it rapid, I'll give it to you rapidly. And first off the bat, Nibble very susceptible to demos, conceding 3.35 a game, right up near the top of the region. Flip side of that, Millennial Times Gaming, they are the top demos in the region, so expect lots of demos at that end. But at the other end, expect lots of goals. Nibble, second highest goals per game of anyone in the region, and they take as many shots as Pirates do per game. A very good formula for that one, and most of that's coming through Christian W, who's second most goals per player per game as well. So really up there. He's the top man to look out for, and the way he does it is pretty simple. Nibble use more boost than anyone else in the whole region, and as long as they can get guzzling, they are very happy, and they can really rip teams apart. If they can be disrupted, it might not be the case, but Millennial Times Gaming, they're in the bottom few teams for boost use per minute, so certainly stealing the boost and fighting Nibble at that game isn't their natural playstyle, so they'll probably have to change things up if they want a chance here.
An expert evaluation. MTG got the demos, but Nibble has the boost and the shots and the goals in their name, especially Christian W. Greybeard, that's what we got for you.
All right, well, Christian W. not in the mix. He's got exams this weekend. Unless I'm wrong, because I said the same thing about Kino, and then he showed up on the field. So we'll see who actually takes to the field as we go here. But now it's time for predictions. And for me, this is an important game for Nibble Esports in terms of they've gotten to this. They've made day 2 in every regional that since they've been Nibble Esports. However, in Millennial, if they win here, this will be their first time in day 2. So both of them got things to play for. And Nibble want to get further than they have, and Millennial same for them, although one behind the other. So let's head on off to predictions, and we'll start this side of the desk, which means you, Mr. Bepic.
Me. Well, I'm happy to start because I can give some news.
Oh,
that might
hold on.
affect
Sorry, Mr. Bepic. I need 2 things: a prediction and a score, please. Go.
Prediction and a score. All right, well, Lion is in the lobby in place of Christian W, so the substitution is in for realsies this time. I'm still going to go Nibble because I think they are still a more solid team. MTG still has a lot to prove to me before I can safely pick them. I'm going to say Nibble wins in 4 games, 3-1.
Okay, 3-1 to you. All right, Astral, winner and score, please.
I'd love to go with MTG. I love an upset, but I lost Sage status in the last one, and I can't go back there for another defeat. I've got to join on the Nibble train as well. It's going to be interesting missing out on Christian W, of course, the stats corner mentioned him being key in front of goal, but I think they've still got enough, and I'm going to hit the nail with Bepic and go 3-1 Nibble as well.
Mr. Ultrasm, winner and score.
The fact that Christian W is out is definitely a big hit towards the Nibble side, but they've already looked so strong in the rest of the players, and the player stepping in, Lion, is an old pro in the scene. He was here, I think, before you even, Greybeard. If there was anyone before the scene, the days of VXP and stuff, playing with Pawn Flakes and even Papa Capes at one stage, I think. This guy has been playing Rocket League, but he says he just doesn't have the time to keep up with these 12-year-olds in a day. Just big shout out to Lion, who's been in the chat watching this. And coming in here to see what an old dog can do, and there's some new tricks that have certainly been developed, so there could be something that MTG could bring to the body, but Nibble, all 3 players have proven themselves time and time again. I think they're going to take this.
By what score?
Damn, I thought I was going to get away with that.
Nice try.
I think if MTG comes to and shows more potential than they've shown before, they can take 2 games. All right? So I'm going to give optimistically for, it's a best of 5, right? 3-2?
Okay, 3-2. I will also go Nibble. I think the absence of Christian W does affect things. And just so that all our bases are covered, 3-0. So there we go. Let's go to our casters. Last game of the day, gentlemen. Mr. Bepic Astral, over to you.
All right, Astral, the players want to get home early today, so they are already underway. Nibble and MTG starting us off. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that you have not missed much in the first 15 seconds. Very standard stuff between both these teams. But last best of 5 of the day, Astral. We all pick Nibble. We'll see if they can deliver.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I have to say, Greybeard caught me off there. I was thinking, are you saying that, Christian W might affect things? I thought, I wonder what's going to happen here. Maybe he'll go a 3-2, trending towards MTG having a really good shot, and then he just throws a 3-0 out and just crushes us all. We'll see. Hopefully we get more than 3 games, because we want to see a bit of action, and it would be cool to see MTG at least get close to getting as far as they've been so far in this lower bracket. But Nibble going to be a tough opposition. Here they are, though, defending early on, and MTG picking up some possession and taking some chances, but not looking like scoring just yet.
No, not quite. And a good save was made a second ago by Mr. Lowe. Glad to see the defense of Nibble unaffected. And I was, today, just for fun, while in a break of sorts, I was looking through the fall regionals of SSA, and Lion was on a starting roster way back when. So he's got that RLCS experience, and Ola was saying he's been around a whole lot longer than that. So he is a good fill-in, I would say, when it comes to making substitutions to a team as good as Nibble. So we'll see if he delivers, if we're hyping him up for no reason, but that's a pair of good 50s by Mr. Lowe, and Lion will be right there to send it all the way down the field for MTG to defend against an offensive with. So, so far, decent start for Nibble, but they are playing a bit more defense than one might like if they're a fan of that team.
Yeah, it'd be strange if we see MTG get the first goal, but if we do, how that might affect the series. I'm kind of intrigued to see what happens here. They had a good chance going forward, but Risen Eclipse just couldn't quite pull off the flip reset. Olympics in the middle, shot goes wide of the target though, and a quick counter here coming out as well for Nibble. The shot ending towards the net. Mr. Lowe finds it. Nibble do take the lead.
What happened here? This is just a completely open net. All 3 blue cars in the offensive third, while the ball was in the center third, and that is not a good set of positionings out of all 3 members of MTG. You don't have to be a genius analyst like me to realize that. So good punish there by Nibble Esports, getting the ball down the field quickly and making sure they score that easy open net.
Hope chat didn't miss you there, tooting your own horn. We'll see how good the analyst is later on, depending on what the score turns out to be. But looks like so far it's all Nibble since that goal. They've got all the momentum coming forward again. They're just trying to collect this one on the edge of the box to create another opportunity. Hamburger first to it though on the edge of the box in the corner, but then they quickly lose out again as Mr. Lowe piles on the pressure back into the corner. Finally, there's a break for the Burger, but a follow-up touch doesn't come their way, and he'll need some teammates to back him up. The pressure dropping towards the midfield. Defenders first to it though with Nibble, and a link-up play should get them well clear of the defense and looking to make some offense of their own.
Oh my, I love that play. That is one that it starts in your defensive end and builds up slowly with clean pass after clean pass, catching the defense out, resulting in a goal for Nibble Esports. And we have had a pause called here by Millennial Times Gaming, so not sure what that's all about, and we'll see if the goal stands. But regardless, that was a gorgeous play out of Nibble.
Yeah, it was a very nice play, catching them on the transition. I think just looking at the end, we were missing a player on the replay, so it looks like we might have lost somebody from the lobby. I'm not sure who that was, but a good start from Nibble and a very nice goal, like you say. And the transition play is so important. I mean, that's what got Digital Devils over the line earlier on tonight, just the counter-attacking goals. And well, it's so nice to see when it comes off, and very rarely it does, but a great finish as well at the end, which, I handed over. I thought the save was going to be made, but maybe my predictions and just not seeing the future too well anymore.
Well, it's also good that it was Lion shooting that as well. The placement was near perfection to get it past that last man, to see the sub coming in and playing involved early on. I spoke about it earlier when it was Nuke coming in for C Kino. I mean, it was crucial that Nuke gets going early, and ultimately he wasn't able to keep that pace that he came out with in games 2 and 3 consistent, and so it led to a faltering of Team Espionage. Perhaps Lion doesn't have the same issue. He got going early on. Perhaps he continues it, but we'll see what happens after the pause. See if that goal still stands. I hope it does, because that was, again, a beautiful transition. But if you're MTG, you just got to cut that out earlier on. Be in the play faster to make sure that space is not given.
Yeah, and they looked okay from the start in the MTG. They had a bit of pressure, few offensive opportunities coming their way, but very quickly caught on the counter. Perhaps defensively might be their struggle in this series, and we did talk about Nibble being dangerous going forward, and even without Christian, they're still making a great goal. And you mentioned Lion having the shot. His experience, perhaps, when pressure's on the line and you're under pressure of potentially being knocked out of the final regional of the season, you need sometimes that old wise age to get you over the line, and that's why we keep Greybeard around all this time. But we'll see what happens. It's definitely a great start for them, and hopefully they can get things resolved pretty soon, as it looks like we might be finding our way back into the game. So that is the case.
Well, that's 2 jabs at Greybeard in this series now. I'm going to have to keep track, although Nibble Esports, I can keep track of this. 3 goals for them, and it's another transition. This one off kickoff, but from that back end, quickly into the back of the blue net.
Nice read as well from Risen Eclipse in the corner, just getting it square from the touch, coming off the sidewall, and picked it in. Millennial Times Gaming, that defensively, they've got to step things up. The rotation looks a bit all over the place, and they're not in a position to predict what Nibble are going to do. There's no one here. Again, Hamburger getting an interesting touch to pop that one up in front of his own goal, as they eventually do get it away, but they've got to try and keep hold of possession, and that's exactly what they haven't done here, as the passes keep flowing for Nibble Esports. Another shot coming their way. Both players missing the ball, otherwise it could have been 4-0 right there, Bepic.
It could have been. Instead, on the other side of things, there's an Eclipse forced to make a save there. That's good from MTG. Can they do more of that? And in spades, please. Scepter, a miss off the back wall, and that will sacrifice the offensive for transitional defense. And Mr. Lowe knows how to cut that up. Pass center. Oh, no one's there, though. That was a beautiful setup that was not turned into a shot on when it could have been. Instead, Hamburger and Olympic pressing forward, though not in the quickest of fashion. Bit of a miss, awkward play in transition for MTG. That's the difference right now, is Nibble Esports has made the most of their counterattack plays, and MTG has really not.
For sure, and I noticed though a different playstyle from Nibble. They really dropped back and went defensively. They're going to get another goal regardless. Come back forward, and 10 seconds later, Risen Eclipse is firing another one home for 4-0. But they just eased back so much pressure and just allowed Millennial to come out, and I think it shows their experience to try and create space on the field. If a team's sat back, it's difficult to break them down and to get a goal, but you bring them into your own half, and all of a sudden the net's wide open and gaping, and they found it again. 4-0, might be 4-1 though. A kickoff goal back for Olympic in favor of MTG. Whatever
it takes. I mean, just get the 0 off the board is what MTG's thinking right here, and if it's off kickoff, that's perfectly fine. That's a valid goal. It's not worth half a goal. It's not worth a quarter of one. It's worth a full point on the board, and it may not be enough to win you game 1, as Nibble built themselves up quite the defensive shield. I mean, it's mentality-wise a positive for MTG. Now they can look ahead to Aquadome, or I think we're on Neo Tokyo actually for map 2. Either way, look ahead to the next map and see if you can build upon that first goal on the board with plays like this, where Scepter's carrying it down the field, maybe not let it get away from you so much, but it turns into an opportunity here, and MTG certainly does need more of those. They definitely do, and they can keep a clean sheet after scoring that goal. Not a clean sheet in the game, of course, conceded 4, but if they get a second here, that would be fantastic for them in the last 5 or so seconds, but it looks like it's going to drop down. Olympics has kept it up, but it's over the bar, and all 3 players coming forward. Olympics somehow managed to retain this here. Going into the air, 2 defenders going up, a third one collects it as well. It bounces back towards the middle. The touch finally down from Scepter, and a comfortable win, you have to say, in game 1 for Nibble, and exactly the way they'd have been hoping for. Yeah, but I said it in the last series, I really think that Game 2 is going to be the best litmus test for how the rest of this series is going to look, because MTG they were making some uncharacteristic mistakes, a lot of misses in defense, and they didn't look comfortable on their own back line. And of course, Nibble's going to pounce all over that to put points on the board. It's freebies. It's basically Christmas for Nibble on Manfield night. But MTG, I don't think they're going to be playing the role of Santa Claus anymore. They need to square that up just a little bit. And in game 2, if they don't do that, then we start saying, yeah, Nibble might walk all over them. But if they do, then we might have ourselves a 4 or 5 game series.
Let's hope so. I did see a couple of misses in midfield as well, and you talked about the difference being the counter-attacking goals coming from one team and not the other, and that middle player that stops that transition of the counter-attack is so important, and if they miss contact on the ball, all hell's going to break loose because one player's got to do it all alone, and we saw that a few times, and Risen Eclipse, 2 goals for him, just popped up in the right place to put that last defender in all kinds of problems, and was the better player to it every time, and that was why they got the goals. So the midfield transition, like you say, getting those blocks, getting the contact, and not just that, but finding a teammate from it as well, and not just recycling possession to the other team is really important.
And that's where Nibble Esports really thrive, like you said. And so MTG needs to take a page out of their opponent's book and try doing that themselves. Scepter, good start. Pop to the back wall, and make things difficult for Mr. Lowe. He is able to corral it, but not before Scepter is able to get right back in the play and prolong this possession for MTG. They will lose it out to Risen Eclipse, and Lion very anxious to go for that ball. Sets up a chance here, Hamburger. No miss off the back wall that time around. It is a much-needed clear, as that was starting to get dangerous for MTG, and instead, they will push Nibble Esports back and make them play some dangerous Rocket League on their back line. Olympic, a chance, a drop down. Oh, and he scores! Scepter, I thought for sure he would have that shot blocked by a defender, but not the case. Good start for MTG.
Great goal for MTG. All 3 players linking up, and Nibble just got caught out. They looked struggling on when the ball was on that near side post. Neither defender wanting to go for it. One player facing the wrong way, I think, was the main cause of the problems. But then there was no alertness. There was no urgency about getting the ball clear from that position. Millennial Times Gaming took full advantage, and fair play to them. A brilliant link-up play, and 2 goals unanswered for them now. Can they continue that throughout the rest of this game and put themselves in a position in the series where maybe we might edge towards a 3-1 or a 3-2? They're going to continue it for now. Hamburger's going to slam a second home for MTG.
See what happens when MTG has established a continuous possession. They're able to work it into that orange box quite nicely. They bide their time, wait for the near post to look a bit weak, and then pounce. 2-0. This is a completely different MTG squad, and while I was thinking this matchup on Neo Tokyo was going to be the litmus test for how the rest of the series would look, and now Nibble has to respond to what their opponent has done to them throughout the first minute, and this is exactly how you do it. Continuous passes into the infield, an open net. Risen Eclipse just has to put it home, and he is most certainly capable. 2-1.
Important recovery goal as Nibble try and find their path back over the top of the defender then and just drop down. And it's difficult to deal with those when you're in your own net, and it doesn't look like they had anyone home. I think the last player going for boost in the corner, not expecting quite that much danger, thought his defender had it covered. Didn't happen, lost the 50. Nibble back within a goal, which is important for them because there's still a long way to go in this game, not even halfway through yet. And Millennial Times Gaming, they'll feel a little bit crushed by that. They'll understand that 1 goal is definitely not a cushion that they probably will carry to the end of this game, but despite that, they've got to keep going. They have the lead, at least for now, as the Caster's Curse comes through. The big save, there's 1 man back, but they've got to keep the ball, and they've lost it once again, Bepic.
Oh, my days. That was about as close as it gets. Hamburger jumping and praying that the shot was going to come directly at him, and it did. He gets the crucial block and the crucial doink, setting up Olympic for a chance instead. Resident Eclipse out to Lion, and they'll play this out to the side, out to safety. Though a double commit from MTG, not going to bode well for their chances of getting right back into the offensive end. That's a bit scary. That's even scarier for the chances of tying us up. Nibble Esports, about as awkward as MTG right now. We're just playing Scramble Rocket League at the moment, and neither team the better for it. We remain 2-1, and I spoke too soon. Scepter comes out on top of that exchange.
That's a really, really important goal, I feel, this one, because if the next goal had gone in favour of Nibble, you'd see the momentum switching and perhaps doubt creeping in for MTG, but not the case. Passed around in the corner, shot from a tight angle, but not too tight, and the defence definitely lacking there for Nibble Esports as we encroach upon the halfway mark, and the teams are starting to step up the pace here. Look at this, quickly in from Lion. does go straight into the path of Hamburger, who's up to follow up the touch and needs a teammate there, and to his sadness, no one appears as Nibble try to fight back. But this has been a very lively game between these two teams, and they look very evenly matched now compared to game one.
Very pleased about that. I was hoping we would have an extremely evenly matched, frenetic-paced series, as the other series today have been, I mean, I don't want to call them slow, but certainly not at the pace that we just saw erupt between Nibble and MTG. So very pleased to see that, just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Under 2 minutes to play now. Lion a pass center, a bit too high and behind. Risen Eclipse right there. So this will have to be defense from Nibble. Lion a back wall read, not beaten, but doesn't win the challenge outright. That's more like it for Nibble. A strong clear down, but Olympic trying to return serve. Instead, gives it to Risen Eclipse. He takes a shot, sets up Lion for a shot. He doesn't make any contact. What is happening in the blue box right now? No one seems keen on clearing the zone, and so we escaped for a second, Astral, but I don't even know how to break that down.
That was very, very close. I think Millennial Times Gaming were waiting for a shot to try and predict it, and of course Nibble didn't get the second shot away, so two players went scrambling for a block that didn't need to be made. They might have scored up the other end, though. They absolutely have. Scepter's robbed one there through the back pockets of Nibble. How have they given this away? I think they've thrown the game away pretty much at this point, Bethic. They should not have conceded here.
Centimeters was the difference between ball and defender right there. And Nibble Esports, so close so many times, the ball just sitting tantalizingly in the blue box, unable to be converted into a score, and MTG putting up 4, maybe 5. This is a real good look for Olympic. Line will make sure to inject his octane into the middle of the play, but saves are not what Nibble needs right now. They need maybe one save and an immediate clear, and then something in the offensive end to make MTG work for their game to win. But looking like a tied series coming up, Astral. This game 3 ever so important.
And a very powerful game 2 as well from MTG that sets them up for what an important game 3 that is. They could get 5 here. This is a good ball into the middle, and they're going to get 5 as well. Olympic delivers that one into the back of the net with 31 seconds to go, but this is a dominant offensive performance. A demo on the way through, a pass into the middle. Hamburger's got it all at the minute.
My word, where was this MTG in game 1 is what I'm wondering at the moment. They have stepped up in the second game, and the frenetic pace seems to suit them. And so far, working out 5-1, and looks like the ever so important game 3 is going to begin with almost all the momentum on the MTG side. Nibble, a couple of close opportunities though in the offensive end to put themselves in the midst of this game. If they score them, Astral, like tie things up, maybe take a lead if they score them. Instead, they let it slip, they get punished, and that seemed to be the cycle that allowed this game 2 to get out of hand.
6-1 would have been a very interesting finish there if that would have found its way into the back of the net. It wasn't far away. I think a bit of concern for Nibble has got to be from that game. The defensive performance not up to scratch, and we do sometimes see teams that we expect to perform better. Perhaps a little bit of complacency is the term I was looking for there, as I stuttered upon my words, slipping in. And they dominated game 1. They expect to run through and a charge in game 2, and Millennial Times Gaming, well, switching things up completely. What a performance from them.
Certainly, the stats. I'm very curious to see what flipped right there, because MTG were extremely aggressive in game 1, and it felt like they were still playing very aggressive there in game 2. And I mean, it can't just be cleaning up the misses, can it? I mean, MTG had a lot of missed opportunities and just straight up missed balls in their defensive third and the center third in game 1. Perhaps that was the one change that was necessary to unlock their play and unlock Scepter. I mean, a hat trick, a savior medal, an assist. That was quite the coming out party in this series for Scepter.
Took a leaf out of Unity's book, didn't they? Just good, solid Rocket League, as we talked about on the panel, was what they needed after missing the ball, and delivered more than that in the end. I think some of the passing plays they had as a team were really high level, and what you'd see from some of the teams that we get much, much further in the bracket. So impressive stuff from Millennial Times Gaming, but can they keep the good times rolling is the real question as we get into this game 3, because if they lose here, all that momentum goes crumbling back down and they put themselves in a difficult position once again. But a win, well, that changes everything.
Let the good times roll, say MTG fans, and that's a good start. I mean, save, immediate clear, although they aren't able to turn it into immediate pressure. At the very least, it starts something for MTG. They can grind their way into an opportunity. Mid-air collision. That's not something you see all too often. Two players of the same team bumping one another in the middle of the aerospace. Isn't punished, but it certainly isn't offense for Nibble Esports, which is what their fans, I'm sure, want to see them start out with here in Game 3.
First 30 seconds gone. Nibble claiming possession in the midfield as Eclipse tried to get it over 2, but didn't quite manage it. The dribble's coming through. Over 2 players from Lion. Old man still got some tricks, but just couldn't quite pull out the demolition for the finish. His team trying to give him a helping hand to get that one over the line. Here he is again, pinching it back towards the middle, but Olympic shut down and looking for Hamburger on the wing, who's just been blocked out. But Millennial Times starting to up their speed a little bit after what was a slightly concerning defensive moment there, but Lions so close to breaking the scoring, and maybe Millennial Times will do this up the other end right now. Not quite just yet, though.
It's solid, though, from Nibble. They're getting touches they need to. Double commits, not often. And that is working into some pressure, but instead, counterattack. Hamburger was hunting for a demo. I thought he might go for a redirect right there as the ball wasn't on net. I don't think he realized that, and so a bit too late to react. Now missing that ball, Olympic will be called into action here. And perhaps faking Mr. Lowe right there. I'll be generous for the Nibble Esports representative. And that fake in the midfield's going to work out for MTG as they've got a chance now to attack the defense of Nibble. Instead, that 50 goes right to Risen Eclipse and he booms it down the field. Perhaps a Nibble Esports chance inbound.
Trying to think about who a 0-0 game feels better for at this point. I mean, Millennial Times had the momentum, so you got to think that perhaps it's kind of cutting them down. It's not a 0-0 game anymore. Hamburger's just caused an absolute fire to start in the back of that net. This passing play downfield, so quick, so clean, and so precise. A great goal from MTG.
Well, that's not fair. MTG's not using a ball to shoot right there. They launched a missile at the Nibble Esports net. That was a hard struck. No wonder the defense couldn't quite keep up. Now, another goal in the back pocket of Millennial Times Gaming. They are on a run at the moment. At the very least, 6-1. I don't remember exactly how many in a row that is, but it's a large number and a lot more than Nibble Esports fans and players would like to be seeing at the moment. They need to stop the bleeding and find themselves a tie goal soon, but instead, the last man cleared an MTG a 2-goal lead.
This is how to perfectly execute a mid-air demo to help your teammates score. Lion is just sent back from where he came, Millennial Times game, and not letting the sub have any kind of impact whatsoever to keep his team out of danger. A 2-0 lead as we just passed the halfway mark as well, and the good times keep rolling, Bepic, and that's certainly what it looks like. They might concede here, though. The caster's curse has done them an absolute treat as Mr. Lowe finds the bottom corner to make it 2-1.
Go the good times as they stop Nibble Esports. They stem the bleeding. I apologize to everyone's ears for that, but it needed to be said. Nibble Esports really needed that goal. And Millennial Times Gaming now, their fans want to see a quick response. That's what it's all about. I mean, as soon as one side gains momentum, you've got to stop them, because so far in this series, once a goal is scored for someone, they just go on a rampage. I mean, 4-1 for Nibble in Game 1, 5-1 for MTG in Game 2, and now we'll see if those runs continue here. It would be Nibble that has the next one, but Olympic not too keen on keeping that pattern going. That is a howler of a shot on net.
Yeah, that is something really special with the defender pushing in as well in Risen Eclipse. Doesn't get there, finds the far corner, right tucked in against the post. That is some goal. This Millennial Times Gaming team coming out firing. They might have conceded one. They don't care. Straight back on the offense. And at the moment, this orange side, a nibble's not enough, Bepic. They need a bite. And right now, they've got a minute 50 to stop themselves going down to series point.
They might dare say need a chomp. I mean, 2 goals in this amount of time, not unheard of, but right now proven to be difficult for a Nibble Esports team with just 2 to their name in this game and the previous. And Hamburger off the back wall, space, some time for Scepter to move up, but that time dwindles quickly. Olympic and Risen Eclipse about in the corner. Olympic coming out on top, wants a third challenge. Lion will not allow. Hamburger moves in, takes the 50. Doesn't end up working out for MTG. Instead, Nibble Esports a chance on the offensive end, and that's all they need. Lion shot blocked. Mr. Lowe not able to put any kind of ball on net from that position, and they nearly get punished, but Lion back in time.
I think that would go up to nearly double digits goals in the previous of Nibble scoring 2 and Millennial nearly on 10, which would just be absolutely outrageous. Olympic forced into a save again as we approach the last minute, and there's still a chance for Nibble if they get one here, especially as they get a final last minute shot coming in on the far post, but it wasn't quite enough for the Olympics under pressure. This one's crossing the goal line, and it just needs a little touch from Risen Eclipse, and we're back within 1.
I suppose that's all it takes. Mr. Lowe on essentially 0 boost, throwing off the defense with that change of pace right there. The near post man didn't have the read, and that threw off the back post man. The tandem rotation of MTG being spoiled by one simple misread. And now, it's certainly a chance for Nibble Esports here. Again, not super probable considering how they've played, how MTG's looking at the moment, Astro, but there's most certainly a chance.
It definitely is, but not while they're under pressure like this. Scepter's wasted a lot of time by causing that 50-50 in the corner as Risen Eclipse clears it out, finds Lion back in the midfield. The 3-man passing play is denied by an incredibly good save as they continue the pressure. 10 seconds into the corner, Lion backs out. Risen Eclipse trying to do it all on his own, stumbling in front of the ball. Scepter's touch isn't the best. Mr. Lowe can't fake it out either, and that might just be the clearance they needed from Hamburger. Finds it to the middle. Still up in the air, though. There is a player downfield as well. Lion can't make the touch, and Olympic will watch it touch the floor. It got scary towards the end for MTG, but they got it across the line just about.
Just about, yeah. That really did get hairy at the end there. I mean, Nibble outshot MTG 12-6, doubled them up, and still was unable to find the third goal that would have at least tied us up. That is some defensive performance from MTG, even with them faltering that one time to really allow Nibble right back into it. They were able to cover up any tries that our fellas in orange put towards their net, and then I mean, the redirects, the passing plays down the pitch, Astral, that was gorgeous from MTG. They put on a clinic in terms of transitional gameplay, and that was enough to get them over the hump and to a series lead.
Yeah, and if you came for some goals of the week, you certainly got them. There was some absolutely fantastic goals in there from MTG, and not something we expect from a team that's usually out in the lower first rounds, but, I mean, they've got to be happy with this performance. The key is, can they finally make that jump and continue on? They just got to win the next game, and it's not going to be that easy for them. I have to admit, I'm slightly disappointed with myself that I didn't pick MTG on the panel. I always like to go against you guys, and I had a feeling that you'd all go for Nibble, and I thought, I could be that one. But I wanted to get a prediction right, and it's cost me. It looks like the belief is the way to go, but we're not done yet. Still at least one more game. Utopia Coliseum could be MTG's time to make the progression in the lower bracket. Let's see what Nibble can bring out in Game 4.
You know, on the flip side of that, I mean, have you been wrong all day, Astral? Have you gotten one right yet?
I got the Digital Devils one right. That is the only one I've had right.
Okay.
The one that nobody else predicted is the one I got right. The other two were wrong.
Well, you should have known with my predicting Nibble Esports that we were going to be wrong, because I'm currently 0 for 3, so it might be MTG's blessing that I predicted them here, or I predicted Nibble here, and well, they've got the series lead to show for it, but Risen Eclipse, a boomer of a flick. Lion, the boomer himself, slams it home. Nibble Esports with the opener on Utopia Coliseum.
Trying to nibble a little bit back at the series. Here they are. That's an important early goal as well, though, because MTG rolling out early in the previous games, piling on the goal pressure, and to concede early, I mean, that's going to change their game plan completely. Sure, they've got to go out and score now, but defense might be out the window, and can that cost them, of course, up the other end? We'll have to see. Nibble's counterattack's not been the best. Maybe it's about to change. Millennial Times Gaming are going to go back forward, though, and we have seen bounce-back goals, so I'm expecting some difficult shots to deal with, and here's one. Can they get it out? They absolutely can't. Hamburger very quickly levels the score.
Asking you shall receive. Mr. Lowe caught that ball and narrowly avoided Scepter careening towards him for a demo attempt, but Scepter wasn't discouraged by that first miss. He quickly turned his car to the left and knocked Mr. Lowe out of contention for that corner play, leading to the opening for that shot. And when you piece together brilliant plays like that, plus the the nice placement on the shot, you're usually going to find good goals. And Millennial Times Gaming get themselves a good goal to tie us up. And a style point, perhaps. That one was a bit of a freebie. Nibble Esports, you can't be making mistakes like that at this juncture in the game.
Nibble Esports rotation nowhere to be... Oh, it looks like Risen Eclipse pushed up to that midfield line for that middle boost pad, and it's cost him badly, probably thinking a teammate was back. The other teammate was getting boosted in the corner as well. A bit of a collection boost segment there for Nibble Esports, and it's not helped them one bit, but they're coming back forward. Once again looking for another goal. Can they can't equalise it here, surely, as they were looking for a demo onto Olympic, but Millennial Times Gaming got the lead at the moment.
That's past center, but again, there's no one there for Nibble, although Mr. Lowe had some space to step up and be that next man up, take a shot. A little bit off, forced that way by the defense. Lion right back to it in that same corner, trying to work it. Center for a teammate. Mr. Lowe was there that time, but again, so too was the defense. MTG not being pulled apart by these plays in the corner and these neutral 50s that are going slightly in favor of Nibble Esports, regardless of their neutral state. And finally, MTG, a clearance, a shot just a little bit wide of being on net. The rebound blocked by Lion, but Hamburger quick to it. Scepter back flipping. That pass out intercepted by Hamburger. Mr. Lowe all alone on the back line, and he'll control it nicely up that backboard and make sure that MTG at the very least has to wait for their next opportunity on net. Won't get it immediately, and we're approaching the halfway point in this game. MTG starting to control the ball even more, but Mr. Lowe, counterattack, and he's not going to be able to score it. Nice block from Scepter.
Yeah, really good block. I think Olympic kind of trusted in Scepter there. He smelt the blood going for the demolition on the goal line of Nibble Esports. Didn't find it. Of course, that left Scepter all alone. Missed the low shot. Is the equaliser they need. Just touching in that midfield ball. It was a great finish.
Return to sender. The last goal was a bump play, and this goal, a bump play. Nicely done. Risen Eclipse stepping up, making that improvisational Rocket League attempt, I suppose, is a word you could use to describe that. 2-2. Nibble Esports biting back here. And with half a game of Rocket League left to play, if they pull out more plays like that and defend like they have been, then perhaps they can make a Game 5 possible. Right now, a little scrambled.
Yeah, look like the Red Sea just parted there for Hamburger to have a free shot on the net, but the last player made it back for Nibble Esports. Same thing again here, missed the low, but difficult to make contact on that one, so high up in the air as the ball. Looks like we're going to find a few more aerial plays. It's sticking up in the air more than perhaps either team would want. A pinch in front of the goal line is a bit uncomfortable for Nibble Esports, so they get the job done looking for the counter, but Mr. Lowe gives the ball away. Another chance here for Lion, cut out by Scepter. Scepter's defensive performances, as you noticed, Epic really stepping up here towards the end of Game 4.
Certainly, and now it's Olympic, I think, attempting a pass there to Hamburger. There's a miss on the back wall, not what we want to see. For Nibble Esports, this is more like it, though. The pop from Risen Eclipse. The setup for Mr. Lowe on the back wall. They can't corral the ball in time. Get completely behind it square and put a shot on. Lion, though, he most certainly can. But Scepter, the aforementioned defensive star for MTG in this best of 5, steps up once more. Gets his second save of the game. Olympic following suit. And the back line of MTG keeping this game level.
Yeah, great job defensively. They need to get forward and get a goal. We haven't seen them have too many chances for a while, but Olympic just so dangerous in the air in front of goal. We saw him get that redirect in the previous game that was something really special, and looking for a great pass to his teammates again here. This one's gone behind Hamburger, though, quite concerningly, but Scepter there to cover his teammates. Blushes once more. They need to break this cycle of continuous orange team pressure, though, into their half, because it keeps coming, and eventually they will crack unless a very nice counter-attack comes their way.
Despite all that, though, despite all the possession going Nibble's way, MTG are still tied in this game, and we know how hard this team can hit in counterattack when they are allowed the space. They've got mechanics to pop off one last time and end the series in 4, but I suppose the same can be said for Nibble and force a Game 5. That's a nice back pass, though. Scepter, a chance to shoot. Puts it shy of the net. Mr. Lowe shut down by Olympic. That back wall exposed. Lion, the miss. He will require Risen Eclipse's help, and the help is quintessential to getting the ball out. But still, MTG pressing. Olympic, lots of boost. Back wall again, empty of a defender. Oh, they make their read, and able to exit their defensive end. Perhaps a 0-second play inbound for either of these two teams.
Oh,
and he finds the back of the net, and we're going to Champions Field.
Wow, Bepic's called it, hasn't he? 0-second goal, and here it is. Risen Eclipse collecting it, just keeping it up, and Hamburger flying past the ball. Olympic stalwart in his positioning, not finding the touch either. And Champions Field, here we come. It was a slow recovery from Nibble, but probably the deserved victory for them in that game 4 in the end.
They did have a lot of opportunities to run away with that game, and instead had to play from behind and tied. So going to game 5 with momentum, and we have to talk about that 0-second play with Hamburger completely misreading that play out. Maybe he pre-jumped it. I didn't get to see the beginnings of it, but it looked like he had a real chance at making the touch, and instead zipped right past it. And hopefully that doesn't wear on his mentality. I mean, he's a seasoned veteran of the scene, Astral. I'm hoping one miss like that doesn't affect his mentality enough to sacrifice MTG's chances in Game 5.
Yeah, they had 2 defenders right in front of the goal, and I thought at least one of them would save it. We saw Hamburger go ply and pass, but there was an offensive player as well that I didn't know if you noticed came flying across that I think might have put Hamburger off a little bit. I'm not sure if he was going for a demolition or if he was just trying to get anything onto the ball, but regardless, he was following Hamburger past the goals. I think perhaps trying to avoid a demo has left the net wide open, which is a shame for MTG because it looked like they've played phenomenal in this series and got the job done, and now they might still not make it to that next point because Nibble have just done enough to keep crawling back.
All right, well, Champions Field for the second time today. Why not? It's an elimination game, though, for both these squads in the final regional of the season for SSA. You want to make your impact now, and you want to make your impact early. It's Lion, Mr. Low, and Risen Eclipse all involved in that play to start off the scoring for Nibble Esports.
Squeezes that one in nice and low for Mr. Low into the corner on the near post, and they're great goals when you see them. The save gets made, the follow-up player is just in the right place at the right time. There's nothing flashy about it, but you just got to be there, and it takes instinct, and the best players have that in abundance, and in this case Mr. Low there to deliver and give his team a great lead and keep swinging that momentum in their favour, which is great to see, but it just piles the pressure even further now onto MTG, who will want a quick response, and looks like they might find one. This one towards the back post, a huge save out of Mr. Low. Goal at the other end, save at this end as well, keeping Nibble well and firmly in charge in this game.
He can turn it into a second goal for Nibble, but Hamburger, a quick read there to shut down that play even before it really began. Now Olympic and Hamburger both committing resources to attack that ball with some zeal. Lion received that pass, tried to get it back to Mr. Low, or perhaps shoot it, or perhaps both, getting caught in between both. Hamburger, pass down, Risen Eclipse. That's not scary whatsoever. MTG close to conceding a second with a dangerous ball in their own box. Mr. Low, a win. That net's open. No defenders in sight. He's just got to get it center on the back line. Mr. Low somehow uses some mind control to score the second for Nibble.
I didn't think he was going to do it. The control looked too slow. The defenders looked back. Olympic's got to be kicking himself, and then I think Scepter gets the final touch to squeeze it in. And Nibble, it's been a slow road back for them, but there's been nothing slow about the start to this Game 5 for them. Coming out, firing all the pressure, continuing from the end of that Game 4, and they do look in charge now. It's a little bit concerning for MTG, who under pressure again here. Scepter bumps his teammate Olympic in the defense, and it's left all into the hands of Hamburger. That's dropping in front of the goal, and Mr. Low fires it once again into the bottom corner, and 3-0 already to Nibble Esports.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. MTG, they're just struggling to clear the zone and then crumbling under that quickly built up pressure. They were so good about reversing the effects of what Nibble's offense was doing to their defense and putting Nibble's defense in binds on the other side of the field. Previous to this game, I mean, this is a new MTG that's being shut down by Nibble Esports, and finally, something on the orange side of the pitch quickly shut down and converted by Risen Eclipse and Mr. Low into another try on the MTG end. Things scary early on, but, and as is a caster's favorite point to make, there is still a lot of time for this comeback to happen.
The best point to make always is,
no.
But they're going to need a bit more time. Risen Eclipse coming straight out of the sky like a rocket to just slam another goal home, as another nail goes into the coffin of MTG's chances. Olympic not getting there quick enough, and They've been so quick on pouncing in front of these goals consistently. Mr. Lowe's been all over it and risen eclipse earlier in the series, but 4-0 in 2 minutes of gameplay. This is brutal for MTG given their performance earlier on in the series.
Right, they've looked good, and this Game 5 performance of theirs is not the same MTG that we have seen in this series so far. I hope they show up soon. They've only got half a game of Rocket League to do it. That's a miss from Olympic. Hamburger trying to carry it out, collapsed upon by Risen Eclipse. He's still in there, pass to Mr. Lowe. Shot was slow and blocked almost immediately. Lion now slowing things down. Pass center, and it's just too easy right now for Nibble Esports. Every single possible lane of attack is being filled with a shot on and eventually in.
Nice pass from Lion. 2 players, I think, just chasing the ball a bit too much there. Mr. Lowe finds himself right on the goal line again and just smashes it in well ahead of the path of the 2 defenders. They just keep rolling halfway through 5-0. I mean, this fashion, they could go for double digits, and they're in the offense again here. Olympic coming back out the other way, but to say how we started this series and how good MTG were, to now see them crumbling is a real shame, because you always want a close champions field, but they need someone to take charge, and taking shots on their own net is certainly not going to help. The pressure continuing to form. Olympic and Scepter commit twice at the same time. Lowe can't get the finish though again. This is turning into a rough game for MTG. I just hope they can get a goal or 2 at least to try and give them some kind of fight back and a bit of a confidence boost.
Something to make this scoreline look a bit more respectable, because being shut out in a Game 5 situation, not ever a good feeling, especially when your opponent puts up a decent sized number on you. 5 is up there in terms of the decently sized category. They're trying to make it 6 even. Scepter misstep there, but Lion wasn't able to jump on it. Instead, MTG a zone clearance, an opportunity, a shot just a little bit too high, and a rebound that wasn't quite there in time. Scepter tries to put it center, maybe on net, but it's shut down. Nibble Esports shutting down MTG emphatically in the final game of a back-and-forth series. Nibble just had the fourth swing their way at the perfect time. And with 60 seconds left, Astral, I love to say the comeback's possible, but I don't know if the comeback's possible.
Yeah, if Greybeard was on the desk right now and he said, do they have a chance? Is it less than 20%? Is it 5%?
I think it might be less than 5%. MTG has not shown us much offensively in this game.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Ultraism, though, on course for his perfect prediction. He said 3-2 Nibble Esports, and it looked like we weren't going to get that, but maybe the Sage returning to the desk once more, because that is exactly the way this one's going. 30 seconds is an even bigger task now. They might get one here, though. Olympic's got Scepter in the midfield. If he can find him, it's straight across the goal line, but there's nobody at home to tap it in, and that kind of sums up the performance from MTG in this final Game 5. Just people are home, but there's no one there, and consistently over and over again, Hamburger's now last man under all kinds of pressure against 2. Can't stop out the pass. The third player nearly finishes the job. And they have managed to stop themselves from conceding in these final few minutes, but it's been a crushing end to a brilliant performance from MTG, but Nibble, the team that overcome it, and they're just too foulful. They get the job done in Game 5.
MTG, though, to their credit, they made a great run against a very good team that was placing top 8 again, and MTG still trying to get to that mark. They'll have to wait for next season to get to that point, but they look good. Aside from that Game 5, that was a fun series to watch, and Nibble Esports just a little bit too much, and I'll say it because it's the last regional, but MTG bit off more than they can chew against Nibble. They just couldn't keep up.
Somebody get rid of this man, please. Greybeard, save me before Befik pulls out any more outrageous puns.
Can you imagine what he's going to be like when he becomes a dad? Oh, my word. Okay, but what a series. We were pretty close to an upset there. MTG were rocking the house up until they didn't. Nibble finally coming to the party in all their glory in that final game. And Alt, it's an upset I would love to have seen. I'm a big fan of Nibble, but man, the upsets are awesome, and it almost happened.
It almost happened, and that's the thing, is that's kind of why I put that 3-2 scoreline. Was MTG is made up of really good players. When they get it right, they look so good, and they came out all guns blazing, looked really good on the kickoffs, looked really good on their rotations following up on the play, and then it turned. And I mean, not everyone on this panel is a believer, but the fact that turnaround came and Nibble was able to pull it back in that 5th game and pretty decisively at the end, is a testament to how much they really want to push into those top 3, top 4 positions.
Yeah, and I know in particular Olympic is desperate to make an impact on RLCS, but that'll be all for his season. He's going to have to do it next season. And Ultrasm, I love the fact that your post prediction analysis where it was like, yeah, this is why I went 3-2 because I
had my reasons.
Gotta rub it in.
Exactly what I was talking about the whole time.
All right, fine. Well, let's go over to Stats Corner, and they can break it down by the numbers for us.
Yeah, we'll look to try and rub it in as much as Ultraism is there as well. It's tough to watch these matches, Greybeard and the rest of you guys, because this is the end of the line, the end of the season, and MTG, they were pulling off the big plays. They were scoring more than half of the shots. They were taking 52% shooting percentage in the first 3 games, and well, then it all started going downhill. Joda, what happened to allow that Nibble win?
Yeah, look, I think part of it has to just come down to an improvement and adapting around Lion from Nibble, because before the series started, we were spot on when we said that Christian scores most of their goals, and they went through a big patch early on of struggling to find goals, but by the end of the series, they got their shooting right up to 30%, which is around their normal level, so clearly finding form in the end. And part of it, I think, I don't want this to sound like a criticism of MTG at all, but there are sustainable ways to win, and there are ways that you can't realistically plan to do every time. And thinking of that ridiculous Olympic redirect, thinking of Game 3 where they were outshot 12-6, but with those 6 shots, they found 3 goals. They came across the line, and it felt like everything they touched turned to gold, shooting 52%, and while that's amazing, I don't think you can realistically expect to maintain shooting over 50% for a whole series.
No, and it's the endurance and the ability to go the whole series that really played in the favor of Nibble Esports. I think players who are historic to SSA itself in the competitive scene. So anything else? It's our last Stats Corner segment here, Joda. So any other stats to throw out there before we get out of here?
Yeah, I just want to really be smug and remind the desk that we promised them lots of goals and lots of demos coming from MTG, and they sure delivered it. They may have gone out, but I mean, they're such an exciting team to watch. I hope we get to see them again in RLCS 22-23, and I hope that when we're back for Stats Corner tomorrow that we're just as correct on all these promises we can make for you as we have been right here.
Yeah, we're a little like the Weathermen. We try our best, and when we're right, well, we're going to flaunt it. Greybeard, back to you.
Well done, guys. Fantastic Stats Corners as always. And wow, so that's our final Stats Corner for the evening. And we've seen our final series. And the RLCS SSA 2021-2022 season has come to an end for Perry's Agents, Team Espionage, Sun Moon Esports, Millennial Times Gaming, Kitsune, Evolved Gaming, Orient Aces, and Unity. 8 teams will go forward to day 2 in this final regional. And what a day we've had. A lot of games have gone to type. And, we look over the bracket, especially that first round, it kind of went plunk, plunk, plunk. But then we did have the upsets, Mr. Bepic. The teams we pegged, places 3 and 4. We had upsets.
Yeah, we did. Apex and DNMK starting their lower bracket runs a bit earlier than we were expecting, but I'm all for that. I love seeing that next 4 after Bravado and Pirates get all jumbled up, because it makes days 2 and 3 even more interesting when inevitably we get Bravado and Pirates again in the winners final. Then ATK Digital Devils drop down to play Apex and DNMK, more than likely, unless IC Sports and Nibble just throw normalcy to the wind like we saw today and make an upset there. Then it's another battle between those 4 teams, and Greybeard, the storylines are a bit similar to Regionals 1 and 2, but they just get deeper and deeper of the same story, and I think that's just as good as brand new ones.
Yeah, and for you, Astral, if you're looking over the day, any particular standouts for you, or your thoughts on how it's gone, where it might go?
I think we've got the expected final eight, haven't we? To be fair, but I think not in the order that we were expecting. That's for sure. ATK against Bravado, that old classic matchup to fight for top two, usually under Pirates, is back again, and it's great to see it back. Hopefully, ATK can kind of resurge some of their earlier season form and really take a battle to Bravado. It was great to see Digital Devils as well have an absolutely unreal series. I think had that series against Pirates been played today, maybe they would have had a chance, but obviously all that momentum is going to be lost going into tomorrow, and then Pirates are going to come out swinging. So it's going to be a difficult one, and in the losers bracket, I think it's all to play for as well. So this is really shaping up to be a very interesting, different for this split, but an interesting final regional, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, and as my take on it, as I look over the final 8 teams, all teams to be expected, with the exception, I think, of Ice Esports, Espionage Gaming, because that could have gone either way. Neither would be a huge surprise to see here. So you think back to the opening game we streamed here, and maybe that was the key one. And I do think if Espionage had taken that one down, they'd be in the spot.
Yeah, at this stage, it is kind of a little bit dependent on what your seeding is going to be like for a day. If you have very hard matchups early in the day, you have a long, difficult way to go. If you drop games where it's so close between the two of you, you have 12 times the task to get to where you are at. And you look at the lower round 3 now, and basically all of those teams are very, very solid teams who have already had to take out very solid teams there. I mean, I was giving the advantage to Unity in that lower bracket, and Nice Esports came through with a good, clean 3-0. They're going, no, we belong up here. Nibble Esports versus Millennial Titans, that was a close game. That was a tough game. And so the guys who are left now are going, whew, we're kind of lucky to be here in some respects. Some teams probably more comfortably than others. DNMK has their moments of brilliance and then their moments where they've struggled. So everyone having their ups and downs today. I don't think anyone feeling comfortable except for Orlando Pirates and Bravado. But Digital Devils and ADK happy to be where they are right now, considering what's waiting for them at the bottom and wanting to see what their first attempt at the top teams looks like.
All right, and there are plenty of opportunities for upsets tomorrow. We expect at the top there Pirates and Bravado to go through. Low chances, if we're predicting weather, low chance of upset in the upper bracket. But in the lower, maybe Ice Esports do a dirty over DNMK. Perhaps Nibble Esports can go further than they have ever gone by overcoming Apex. Maybe both of those happen. But maybe it will also rain hot dogs, but we will see how it all pans out tomorrow. But that has been RLCS SSA Split 3 Regional 3 Day 1. We pick up Day 2 tomorrow, the Saturday, always a long day. 6 series, 2 of them best of 5, and then 4 epic best of 7s as we weed out more teams and look to the final on Sunday. But what a pleasure it has been for me, Greybeard, and Mr. Bepic, Astral Ultrasm. Another outstanding day on the desk, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure as always. And until tomorrow, that's going to be a wrap from us. Save our producers, our observers, Smoody, the Sunderlad, Roland, Tofu Elliott. In his absence, he wasn't here. I know he's a bit sad about that. He will be involved tomorrow. But great job as always. What a pleasure. Be here tomorrow, 4:45 p.m. and be nowhere else. And until then, peace. We're out.
I want you to stay.